Good morning, everyone. I'd like to welcome you to our regular meeting of council for Tuesday, May the 13th, 2025, starting with our land acknowledgement. In the spirit of respect, reciprocity, and truth, we honor and acknowledge the Mokitas and the traditional Treaty 7 territory and oral practices of the Blackfoot Confederacy, Siksika, Kainai, Piikani, Liko Nakoda Nations, Chiniki, Bearspaw, Goodstoney, and Tsuut'ina Nation. We acknowledge that this territory is home of the Métis Nation with Alberta District 4. Finally, we acknowledge all nations, Indigenous and non, who live, work, and play on this land and who honor and celebrate this territory. This sacred gathering place provides us with an opportunity to engage in and demonstrate leadership on reconciliation, and we are honored to have you join us on Treaty 7 territory. We'd like to move to updates and approval of the agenda. I think we're just making one small change to the agenda, and that is we are going to move items 11.1 through to 11.6 to come after 7.2. There was the reason for this change is that there was a planned in-camera portion for the transit update anyway, so we were going to do them back to back, and so instead of going in camera, coming out of in camera, going back in camera, we're just going to do all the in-camera stuff at once and then come back out. So we're just going to move item 11 to after item 7.2. So there we go. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please, for the agenda? Councillor Randhawa.
Good morning, everyone. I move that the council approve the May 13, 2025 regular meeting of council agenda with the following amendment. Move all closed session agenda item to before agenda item 8.
Thank you. Comments, questions? Call for the vote. That's carried. Thank you. We now have we have a few items this morning for our moment of reflection. One that is listed within the agenda, and that is we have a new deputy mayor again. Again, one of the values of this council was to ensure that everyone had a go at being deputy mayor. And so I want to thank Deputy Mayor Sambo for her time as deputy mayor, now Councillor Sambo. And don't worry, it's fine trying to remember on the change. And now today we have appointed Deputy Mayor Robert Schindler. So I'd like to congratulate Councillor Schindler on now being Deputy Mayor Schindler. Also want to acknowledge an item that's coming up this week, which is on May 15th, is the Moose Hide Campaign Day. And Moose Hide Campaign Day is a day of ceremony where all Canadians are called to join together to take a stand against violence towards women and children and to take practical steps on our collective journey for reconciliation. So just acknowledging Moose Hide Day is on May the 15th. And yes, so we have a few items of celebration. So again, one of the values of this council was we wanted to be celebrating success in our community and celebrating when cool things happen within our community. And we've been doing that with some of our sports teams and some of our organizations. And I wanted to acknowledge a letter that I received, and I believe that this individual has no idea why he's here. So Colin Fraser is here today. Colin serves with our fire department, and we got a letter about Colin. Someone reached out and specifically sent a letter about him, and I'm trying to make this as ominous as I can just because he literally has no idea why he's here. We've done a really good job. We've actually been planning this for like over a month now because he was supposed to come last week, and then his job got in the way or whatever. He had to go on a call, and so I wanted to acknowledge that we received a letter, and I have asked permission of the individual who sent this letter to make it public, and she said yes to make this letter public, and so I'm going to try and do that. I did the button clicking thing, Josh. Oh. Yeah. It's blinking white. Do you want me to unplug and plug it in again? Yeah. If this doesn't work, then I will just read it. The smaller button? No. I will just read the letter. So, the letter that we received about Mr. Colin Fraser says this: I'm writing to let you know how much I appreciate the exceptional contributions of Colin Fraser, a valued member of the Chestermere Fire Service and a truly remarkable youth hockey coach. His positive influence on our community, especially on my son, has been nothing short of transformative. Colin's dedication as a coach goes far beyond teaching hockey skills. He's a natural mentor, possessing an extraordinary ability to connect with young people. This past season, as David's coach, Colin created a truly wonderful team environment, one where every child felt encouraged, respected, and empowered, no matter their abilities on the ice. His passion for hockey is contagious, and he skillfully teaches the fundamentals while always emphasizing the importance of teamwork, fair play, and the joy of the game. Colin understands that being a coach is about nurturing character and building confidence, not just winning games. As a parent of a child with childhood apraxia of speech, I apologize if I did not pronounce that properly, a neurological disability that my son was born with, has significantly impacted David's communication. I've been deeply moved by Colin's exceptional ability to connect and support my son. What truly distinguishes Colin as a remarkable coach and individual is his inherent ability to value diversity and foster genuine inclusion within the team. His actions demonstrate a deep understanding that every child brings unique strengths and perspectives, and he cultivates an environment where these differences are celebrated and contribute to the collective success of the team. This commitment to ensuring everyone feels valued and has the opportunity to thrive, regardless of their background or abilities, is precisely what we need more of in our city. Colin's example serves as an inspiring reminder of the positive impact that embracing diversity and championing inclusion can have on young people and the overall strength of our community. Colin's experience as an advanced care paramedic and firefighter undoubtedly brings a unique level of empathy and understanding to his coaching. He demonstrated an extraordinary sensitivity and a genuine willingness to adapt his communication style to ensure David felt included and understood. He took the initiative to learn about his needs, patiently building a foundation of trust and encouragement that has had a remarkable impact on my son's self-esteem, not only on the ice, but also in the classroom. Colin's selfless dedication to volunteering his time, especially on his days off from his important work with the fire service, speaks volumes about his character and his deep commitment to the young people of Chestermere. He's an exceptional role model, showing our children the importance of dedication, teamwork, and community involvement. The young players look up to him immensely, and his presence beautifully reinforces the fire service's commitment to the well-being of our children and the positive community engagement. The growth I have witnessed in David this past season, both as a hockey player and, more importantly, as a confident and engaged young individual, is a direct testament to Colin's exceptional leadership, mentorship, and genuine care. His positive influence has been profound, and as a parent, I am eternally grateful for his unwavering dedication. Colin Fraser truly embodies the best of Chestermere Fire Service and our community. His extraordinary dedication, his deep compassion, and his unwavering commitment to serving others, especially our youth, are truly commendable. I feel incredibly fortunate to have him as my son's coach and felt it was essential to share my deepest appreciation with you. That's the letter that we received from Dr. Pamela Farrell, and so if I can get you a copy of said letter, I thought that was going to be a thing. And so what council has done is we want to acknowledge that. So we have a signed certificate that council wants to present to Colin. But then, oh wait, there's more. I also have for Colin today, and I'm just pulling this up so I get the wording right. Colin also is celebrating 12 years as an Alberta Emergency Services. Today we have his Alberta Emergency Services Medal for his 12 years of emergency service to the province of Alberta. So we have a certificate for Colin acknowledging this letter, and I'll get you a copy of that letter after, as well as the medal. And so I'm going to invite council to come down, and we can present this and invite our comms team to come up and do do a picture. But first of all, I just wanted to acknowledge and congratulate Colin on your incredible work to the community and your 12 years of service to the province of Alberta. Hey, you guys want to balance this out?
Or just color coded.
I think we're looking at you.
Right, get in there. Now we're here. Already got it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right. We're gonna
Perfect. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. Don't get too comfortable, Council. We're going to go right back down there again. Because one more acknowledgement that we want to make is that we have 4 brand new recruits, rookies. We got 4 brand new people to our Chestermere Fire Department. I think it's like today, day 2. Today is day 2. So on day 2, they are here, and so I just want to acknowledge that we have 4 new members of our Chestermere Fire Department. I want to invite up Chief Zebedee, if you could just come up and introduce our 4 new members of the Chestermere Fire Department, please.
Absolutely. You guys want to pop up here?
Yeah, they do.
Theo Slimmons.
Oh, I want to take pictures.
So yes, these are our 4 new members. Go ahead, guys.
Introduce yourself.
Introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Adam Cambites.
I'm Greg Locke.
Good morning, I'm Sean Lloyd.
Hey guys, I'm Ben Bishop.
So these are your 4 new members. All have a variety of different backgrounds in the fire service. Ben comes to us with an exceptional amount of emergency medical experience as an ACP. You are spent some time in Vancouver, if I'm correct. Greg spent some time just south of here in Foothills County, High River, and Okotoks. And Sean's from Banff. Any other history on you, Banff?
Nope.
Banff? Banff's where it's lived. So just want to welcome these guys to our fire service and look forward to the years to come watching them grow. So
Awesome. And now's the part where we tell them about how every new rookie from the Chestermere Fire Department does an impromptu 5-minute speech for council about the importance of their work as firefighters. So just wondering who wants to go first. I'm just kidding. I'm just
nope, Deputy Mayor.
there was a minute. So what I want to do, council will go back down and we'll do a picture with our chief and whoever else you think should be in it, and our 4 new firefighters with council. So thank you. First of all, welcome to Chestermere.
Should we put them in the front or what? Yeah, of course. Thank you. Thanks. How much reserve? Thank you.
There was half a minute we thought.
Congratulations. Thanks. Welcome. Yes. What do you want? You can probably come and you're from
Visit with my kids to the fire hall.
I was gonna say.
Yeah.
Over this way, all the way that way. Organize them how you need them.
One at a time.
Yeah. We're looking at Andrew.
This is just.
Thanks again. Welcome again, guys. Appreciate it. I should have followed through. I should have let that 5 minutes.
I actually wanted your position.
Yeah, welcome.
Okay, yeah.
Thank you.
Are we allowed to sit and get
Hey, we're in for the long haul today, so I think you're gonna. It was nice to get up and move, because. But yeah, we're now in. Move now to public input. I believe that we have one item that came in for public input. We're not going to read it into the record, but I believe what's going to happen is that it will be added as part of the agenda package. And it's a letter that has come in with regards to secondary suites. And so with that, we'll have that item added to the agenda. And so the public will be able to see that letter that has come in. Mr. Edney?
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Just for clarity, it's on short-term rentals because it has to be something on the agenda.
I apologize. Thank you.
No worries.
Sorry, short-term rentals. Sorry. Yeah, so we'll have that added to the agenda package so that the public can review at that time. Is that correct, Mr. Edney? That's how we're going to do that? We're not reading it in?
That's correct.
Correct. Awesome. With that, then we'll move to the approval of the minutes. So we have the regular meeting of council minutes for April 22nd. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Randawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council approve the April 22nd, 2025 regular meeting of council minutes as presented.
Comments, questions? Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship, and good morning. There's a copy of these minutes at my station today. Is there a change from what was in the agenda package?
Mr. Edney, do you want to take that one?
Thank you, Your Worship. So to Councillor Sandbo and rest of council. So something the mayor and I noticed, and my sincere apologies, I'm not exactly sure when it started, but the original package, the original set of minutes in your agenda package showed when there was a votes against something, started listing the names, which is not the practice of how we normally do it. We do carried or defeated, which again, putting the information in this manner kind of downplays the importance of a recorded vote. So last meeting, if you remember, there was a recorded vote called for on one of the items. So we want to respect, I guess, the integrity of our procedural bylaw and make sure that we're not displaying the voting. We just should be saying carried or defeated unless someone calls for a recorded vote. So these new minutes reflect that procedure.
Any other comments, questions from council with regards to that? Councillor Worzynowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Question through you to Mr. Edney. Since you're the professional here in regards to Robert's rules, isn't it carried or not carried, not defeated, instead of defeated? I think it is, if we're actually getting specific here.
So through the chair, that's a good question. I've always seen it carried or defeated.
I don't remember. I thought it was not carried. Anyway.
But either one, I guess,
probably
means the
immaterial.
same thing. Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions? Okay, call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Can I have a councillor make the next motion, please? Deputy Mayor Schindler.
I move that council approve the April 29th, 2025 special meeting of council minutes as presented.
Comments, questions? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. And I believe we have one more. Yep. So can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that council approve the May 6, 2025 Governance and Priorities Committee meeting minutes as presented.
Comments, questions? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. We now have sorry, just one second. Correspondence and information, the resolutions tracker. So I'm going to turn to Mr. Edney for this, the resolutions tracker for 2024-2025.
All right, thank you, Your Worship. You should have a larger printout, I think, handed out in front of you. Again, my apologies. The version that got published in the agenda was a little bit out to date, so there were a number of items showing in the agenda package as, for example, coming to the May 6th Governance and Priorities meeting, which were already done. So those have been adjusted to move into the correct spot on this particular page. If you notice, we're starting a little bit of a different process here. Instead of just taking things off, on the third page, we have a section highlighted in green called Completed Actions for 2025. This is, again, just a reminder to council to show what we've done and all of the resolutions that have been fulfilled so far this year. If we look at the page on the front, we're really trying to whittle away, especially on the 2024 resolutions, to get those completed here as quick as we can. I do think the first item, as far as adding the corporal and member to the RCMP budget, I would suggest has been done. That's in the process from the RCMP's perspective of actually filling those positions, so we should update that to have that there. You'll notice a number of other things. We've got the procedural bylaw coming today, just for council's interest, because I know it was something that was important to council. The Municipal Heritage Advisory Committee, we've been working with them. We've got their terms of reference, and those will be coming, expected to come to our next meeting at the end of May here. Otherwise, we're continuing to work through everything. We checked quite a few things off last week, so unless there's any specific questions on any of the updates in front of you, come back again next month with a further update.
Two quick questions. One, so in the agenda package, then, has it already been updated for the public, or is it going to be updated after the meeting? So which one's online now, the old one or the new one?
Through the chair, it's already been updated online.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. Second question. I'm just wondering, what is the update timeline and expectations for this document, specifically with things like notes? So we're coming back with it once a month. So then can we anticipate then the notes are going to be added for the things that have happened within that at each subsequent meeting, then moving forward for this document?
Yeah, through your worship, that would be the intent of this. We're just working through a new process to have the managers or directors updating this in real time. With some of the changes we just saw recently, that process took a little bit of a hiccup. So I think we're back on target now, and it's something that will come with a little more detail in those notes comment instead of mostly just blank. So
okay, thank you. Councillor Narayan.
Thank you, Your Worship. Good morning, and through you to Mr. Edney. I really like this document, by the way, so thank you for putting it together. I do want to just update a couple of things here. So the fourth, the item, I guess it'd be row number 4, with respect to the request to FCM to put a motion forward. So we did hear back from them, and apparently there's already a similar resolution made by another municipality. So we don't need to go ahead with this. There's a resolution, so you may, I guess, put complete on this one as well. And if we go further down, row number 7, with respect to the capture programs, CCTV owned by the City of Chestermere. So the Police Communications Committee has decided that we will be suspending the capture program. It's just not feasible anymore. So I guess you can put complete next to that one as well. And just the first item on the second page, with respect to also the Police Communications Committee, I believe you've already completed this when you have provided answers to a list of questions. So I can't remember what else is left, but I just felt that this was complete.
Sorry, my apologies. Where's that?
Second page, right on the top.
Yeah, we did complete that. You're correct.
Oh, yes, that's complete.
Yeah.
Yep.
And that's everything. Thank you.
To Mr. Edney and to Ledge Services, if there is a material change such as what Councillor Ryan was just pointing out with regards to the CCTV footage, like the capture program. Do we need to do anything with that motion at a subsequent council meeting?
Yeah, through the chair, I do think we should come back with some kind of report to council, at least highlighting that. So I'll work with Councillor Ryan on what that looks like. I know the police committee's still looking for an administrative liaison from me, so that may have to be me in the short term while I don't have anybody in that seat. So we'll follow up with something to talk about that at a subsequent meeting here.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor Schindler.
I just had some immaterial comments. I just in reference to what Councilor Ryan was talking about. Could we have numbers on the side so we can just say number 2 on page instead of just page? And then if you wouldn't mind having the meeting date updated to show the date code, that would be great. Just immaterial stuff. Thank you.
Mr. Edney?
Yeah, thank you. We're sorry. I missed, what's the last request there, Councillor Schinder?
Under meeting date,
Yeah.
Just have the date code put under the heading, so that and have the heading transferred to the second page, so you don't have to flip back and forth. Sorry. Yeah, right now it's day, month, year. So took me a moment to
it's month
to look at that.
Month, day, year.
It's month, day, year. So if we could just month, day, year on the top of the column, that would be great.
I got you.
Again, just immaterial things.
Or we could. I like to spell it out. I like to put April 11th, 2025.
I do like that as well.
Look at a different format.
Way to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else with regards to Councillor Worzanowski?
Thank you, Your Worship. And again, through you to Mr. Edney, I just have a question. There are a couple of things coming from 2 committees that I sit on. There's been some absentees, so we actually have to bring it back to council to get those committee members, new committee members instated, as well as modification to our terms of reference. We have asked the administrative representative to prepare that and put it through legislative services. Just wondering if you need a resolution from council for those 2 items. I don't know if this affects other committees, but we do have some bit of cleanup and housekeeping that we have to do with the CDAC committee as well as the Lake and Watershed committee.
So through the mayor to you, Councillor Worzanowski. Yes, I'm aware of that. I've talked with the staff member about that, and we're working on it. It's I guess enshrined in our bylaw on how to proceed, so we don't need a council motion. We will need a council motion for the outcome of that work, but it is in progress, and we'll get it back to council kind of as soon as we can work through all the details. It's something we haven't had to do yet at this point. So not that it's learning, but we don't have that simple process. So we're just working through it with Ledge Services right now.
Okay, thank you. It's not pressing. It's just want to make sure that we have it because it's not on any task list such as this one. Thanks a lot.
Okay. With that, then I believe we are accepting the resolution tracker for information. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Deputy Mayor Schindler.
I got to get you used to saying Deputy Mayor Schindler, so I'll do lots of these today. Council accept, I move that council accept the 2024 and 2025 resolution tracker for information.
Comments, questions? Call for the vote. Deputy Mayor. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. We are now moving to item 7.1, which is the Officer Safety and Development of the CPO program. This is being presented by Jamie Erickson from the Alberta Association of Community Peace Officers. Just before we begin, because this is a public presentation, under our current bylaw, it says that a public presentation can only be 15 minutes, not including questions from council, unless there is a motion from council. I had the opportunity to check in with Mr. Erickson before the meeting, and he has indicated that he anticipates that this is going to be longer than 15 minutes, by about an hour. And so I just need a motion from council to extend past the 15 minutes for item 7.1, please. So can I have that motion on the screen from Ledge Services, please? Thank you. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Randawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council extend the presentation limit for agenda item 7.1 beyond the 15-minute limit.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. So, good morning. Are you introducing? Sure. Just a button in front of you. There we go. Perfect. Thank you.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Presenting quite an important report that I'd like to bring to your guys' attention from the ACPO President, Jamie Erickson, who's going to be speaking to this. That ended up coming out a little while ago. Just do a quick little spiel here just so you guys understand the importance of this report and kind of what it means for the officer group. Over the years, I've had the privilege of working alongside incredible individuals who I've shared patrol vehicles with, responded to countless calls for service together, faced difficult and dangerous situations, often without adequate equipment, outdated, or even complete lack of technology or proper use of force options. I consider myself fortunate, aside from an ACL tear sustained during the arrest of a violent individual, that I've avoided more serious physical injuries, and many of my past and current co-workers can say the same. The psychological toll, the PTSD from certain calls or incidents, is something else entirely. These are scars that we've all learned to hide far too well. This past fall, a risk assessment report was presented to the Peace Officer Program. It outlined in detail the real and growing dangers that peace officers across the province face daily. Completed by a respected and credible use of force and subject matter expert, the report made a strong case for significant updates required to enhance officer safety practices, yet its implementation has been left to individual municipalities to lead the way for everyone else. Every day, the expectation placed on officers by the public and municipalities continues to rise, but there have been no meaningful updates to safeguard those serving the front lines. What may seem like a routine traffic call, a routine bylaw call, or a welfare check you've done 100 times can quickly escalate into a high-risk encounter with potentially tragic outcomes. With the presentation of this report, Chestermere is hoping to be the urban municipality which will continue moving the needle forward for the CPO program in the province and ensuring CPOs get proper equipment, training, and resources to safely perform their duties. I encourage you to go through this report thoroughly and factor in the ever-changing landscape of law enforcement and the dangers we face daily. I thank you for your time, and I really appreciate you guys actually looking into this and having Jamie Erickson present. And without further ado, I'd like to introduce Jamie, please.
Awesome. Good morning.
Morning. So yeah, a little bit about myself. My name is Jamie Erickson. I am the president of the Alberta Association of Community Peace Officers for the second time. I served as vice president previously from 2010 to 2013, and then president from 2013 to 2016, and spent the last 8 years as past president, sitting on the executive as well. So during that time, I was put as chair of the Officer Safety Committee. A little bit of background on this. We received a motion at our AGM from Clearwater County to look into the risks associated with community peace officers in the province. That was accepted at our AGM to hire a consultant to develop this report on behalf of the association. So myself, I'm still current serving peace officer as well. sergeant with my department. I'm in my 23rd year as a peace officer. Currently work for Special Areas based out of Hanna, but have worked in Black Diamond, Provost, and Nehill County in the past as well. So the report, we hired Chris Butler, who's a retired inspector from Calgary Police, well-known use of force expert. I've worked with Chris in the past. I'm a use of force instructor myself and rep for all of Canada for PPCT, which is one of our use of force training companies. When we sat down, had initial conversations with him, he gave us a list of about 20 questions that he would kind of need brought to the municipalities in order to be able to compile the information and move this forward. Right off the start, one of the key issues that he's seen was with part of our policy manual for the peace officers, section 24.2 in there directs CPOs to disengage from potentially dangerous situations. So he had to capture in this report kind of the myth of disengagement. Sometimes those use of force situations are so rapidly escalating, we do not have time to disengage. Obviously, if disengagement is an option, that's the safest for officers, then we can pull back. But he wanted to touch base on kind of the myth of being able to, in every single situation, like the policy manual says, just turn our back and walk away. Sadly, earlier this year, we seen the effect of that in Edmonton, where a security guard was trying to disengage and walk down and leave the scene, going down the stairwell, and was killed as a result on duty, right? So that myth, I guess, of being able to just walk away in any situation is one of the key components that he addressed in the report. So as far as the analysis, we sent that out to all of our employers, and with the Alberta Association Community Peace Officers, the municipality is the member of the association, not the individual officers. We represent 120 plus authorized employers and just about 1,700 peace officers now. So it has grown significantly with the onboarding of departments like Alberta Health Services and their peace officers, and then City of Edmonton, currently looking at City of Calgary and their transit officers coming on board as well. So we represent a wide variety of peace officers throughout the province now. Some of the information that the author was looking for was the current number of peace officers performing law enforcement duties within the province, the nature of the duties. We have a very distinct program, unlike anything else in Canada. Saskatchewan has something somewhat similar with their community safety officers, nowhere near as broad based as what we have here. And I think one of the benefits to the program is each municipality and council gets to dictate the direction of their department and what their priorities are for enforcement within their own community, rather than having a overarching branch, something like the Alberta Sheriffs, where those decisions for priorities are made, up in Edmonton and not specific to each individual municipality. So we did say a wide range of duties in the report. We looked at the type of defensive tools currently being carried by peace officers, the type of body armor that peace officers are wearing, their training in defensive tactics and those defensive tools, the frequency of that training, how often that's being done, is it meeting the requirements or is it going above and beyond the requirements of the policy manual? And then we asked for copies of use of force reports over the past 5 years from those departments that participated, and give us a little bit of insight into how many times officers are having to defend themselves and or use force to effect an arrest while the performance of their duties. Copies of summaries of attempts or actual assaults against peace officers in the past 5 years as well. So the past 5 years, we asked for numbers of times where peace officers came across weapons, whether it's during a traffic stop, whether it's dealing with somebody in a campground or in an encampment, and a weapon was present in that incident. And we did see frequency, including everything from rifles, handguns, machetes, axes, swords, pepper spray, all being used potentially against peace officers. So we looked at the frequency that subjects were under the influence of drugs and or alcohol while dealing with peace officers, and the number of times those subjects had criminal history. So whether or not there was CPIC access, which is our Canadian Police Information Center, which allows us to look into the criminal history of the people that we're dealing with to see if there's any warrants or any history of violence that we may need to be worried about. We looked at the number of times CPOs had to call for backup from the police of jurisdiction, and also the number of times the police of jurisdiction was requesting help from the peace officers for assistance. And then got into policies and procedures and that kind of thing, which were available for the people. So we ended up with 20 questions that we put to those members. This generated out of 146 authorized employers that it was sent to, it generated 57 responses. So we got a 39% response rate. So there's kind of strong confidence from the author that the data within the report is accurate and represents a good overview of what's happening in the province. I think part of the challenge is getting the information to the right people when we send out these surveys, whether it gets stuck on somebody's desk and it doesn't go to where it needs to. Also, the challenge we have is our list of contacts. So if a director or a manager of the peace officer program moves on, a lot of times that's not updated with the association, and we're sending emails out that are just getting bounced back kind of thing. So I was actually happy with just about 40% returning, which gave us a good base of the data. We're pretty much split 50-50 between urban and rural. There's the special areas in there. We're a little bit of a different breed, as we are an agent of the Alberta government for special areas. Healthcare, so AHS has a large number of peace officers that are employed throughout hospitals and on mobile patrol throughout the province. Humane Society, and then our educational institutes. So University of Alberta, SAIT, MacEwan University all have peace officers working on the campuses there as well. So by far the main makeup is both urban and rural municipalities. And then the number ranges from one person departments all the way up to a couple hundred in the department for AHS and some of the city departments. Some of the big counties, Grand Prairie County, I think, is over 30. Strathcona is over 30 peace officers in their department. So there's some fairly large municipal departments as well. So there is some background. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on Chris Butler's background, but 34 years in law enforcement. 25 of those were with Calgary Police, and retired with the rank of inspector. And he works on as a use of force expert, still doing training and consulting. Recently involved in a couple of big cases in Alberta that eventually cleared police officers of the charges that were brought against them for kind of excessive force, and he was able to show that that was within the means and was good use of force at the end. So The stress that kind of was brought up a little bit, the PTSD side of it. We did look at that a little bit. We had a resolution go through RMA and Alberta municipalities with the association. We wrote a letter directly to the Premier, and that got delegated down to the Minister of Jobs. We received our response back. We're looking for the inclusion for peace officers to have the automatic designation of PTSD. So the way the legislation currently reads for first responders is that presumptive coverage is there for all other first responders. If the first responder gets a diagnosis from a doctor of PTSD, it's presumed that injury came from work. As peace officers, we have to go an extra step. We have to get that diagnosis from a doctor, and then we have to prove that injury came from work. So we're not included currently in that presumptive coverage. The letter that we got back basically stated, thank you for being peace officers, and there's access to you through WCB, but they were not looking at it, including us for that presumptive coverage at this time. So the RMA and Alberta municipalities, along with the association, is continuing to push that issue with the province, and we're developing another letter as well as some public knowledge, basically just to show that the peace officers are actually dealing with the same calls and on the same scenes as the other first responders, and require that coverage as well. So it touched on that a little bit. Yes, Worship.
Just as an update too for you on that, we've kind of jumped into that advocacy as well. So what happened was through the work that we're doing with Alberta Council, there's more access for information for us for grant writing. So we found out about a grant that, so they send us a weekly update. And so I sent that update to our emergency services for, there's a grant for, specifically for emergency services for PTSD. And when I sent it out, I found out from our, from Sergeant, from Vlad, that CPOs could not be included within that. And so just so I have also then forwarded that on to Alberta Munis and through the advocacy work that we also do through MCMC. So just go on record that we've also now, Chestermere kind of waded into those waters as well to advocate for that, and did hear back from Alberta Munis with regards to that and where that's standing right now. But just wanted you to know that Chestermere stands behind this advocacy that's happening, and is certainly standing behind what AB Munis and RMA are doing. And it's my personal belief that CPO should be automatically included, and it's crazy to me that they are not. So just wanted to just go on record, just a really quick update that again, Chestermere has jumped in on that advocacy piece for this as well.
Definitely appreciate the support on that, Worship. It yeah, so one of the other recommendations we came up with as an association, sorry, Councillor.
Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you, I wanted to ask this question. This seems like as good a time as any. So there's PTSD and then there's PTSS. So I think the definition of PTSD is symptoms lasting for 6 months or longer. So one of the things I wanted to know is what supports are there for folks who are experiencing issues kind of acutely for that first 6 months? I don't know if that's covered in here at all.
It's not really covered in this report, but I can speak to it a little bit. Again, myself, having to have access some of the services in the past, I get $300 a year for psychologist appointments. So each appointment is $190. Once that $300 is up for my benefits, then it's into my health and spending, which gives me access to about another 5 appointments. After that, it comes out of our pockets. So we have lots of officers that need that health and spending for, supplementing their other benefit packages with their prescriptions, medication, things like that, and are just not able to access services without this presumptive coverage. One of the stories that was brought to me was a peace officer went to probably one of the worst dog attacks that we had in Alberta, where the dog attacked its owner, and they thought it was so extreme that the owner was deceased, but she did survive. Both paramedics that responded to that scene quit the job that next week. They brought in critical incident stress management teams for the hospital staff for the next month to deal with the trauma that they received from that call, and there was no services provided to the peace officer. Nobody reached out to them, no CISM for them. They were on their own to reach out and make an appointment with a counselor on their own means. So I think depending on the municipality, there are some better places internally through benefits, but largely speaking, some of the peace officers just have to bury it because they can't afford to, procure those services.
Mr. Edney?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just to add some information onto this topic, probably more for council's sake to understand. We're going through a change in our benefits provider here shortly. And one of the main drivers for our choice of the new benefits program was actually their coverage for mental health, for counseling services and that kind of thing. And it's substantially increased from where we're at today because we recognize that this is an important issue, and we're kind of doing the best we can, I think, as an organization that way to help out. So just wanted to make that well aware that I think we're up to maybe tripling what the coverage is we have right now in that department. Again, driven by some of this feedback we're hearing. So
Awesome to hear. So yeah, it doesn't. I don't know if that answered your question, Counselor, or not, but it ranges from lots of support and coverage depending on the municipality to zero for some officers. So, the peace officers routinely, from this report and the stats we got, dealing with confrontational behavior, sometimes assaultive, it has shown through this report that it doesn't matter what type of call it is, whether it's an animal call, whether it's a trespassing call or a traffic stop or an unsightly property, even parking complaints, that risk is still there for this to escalate in any of the situations. Courts in Canada have made it pretty clear that it's incumbent upon every employer to ensure that they have implemented comprehensive risk mitigation strategies in order to protect the safety of their employers. So this goes back to some case law that we have in Canada. It's included in the report a little bit later, with the RCMP being charged for not providing proper tools and options for the police officers in the Moncton shooting. And were subsequently convicted of that, which changed some of the policies for them, right? So the recommendations out of the report came up with 12 specific recommendations. Again, there was this resolution brought forward by Clearwater County to the spring RMA session. That resolution included adopting all 12 recommendations, as well as striking a committee to look into the recommendations and how those could be implemented. That needed a 60% pass from the floor, and it received 47%. So it did not pass at RMA. Some of the feedback I got from that was that it was a little bit too intricate, and it laid out every single one of these recommendations, and it didn't leave municipalities an opportunity to opt out of certain recommendations. So if they already had dispatching services provided by a police service that included CPIC in the vehicle, then there's no need for that municipality to go to a centralized system. If they already have certain reporting elements in place, there's no need to replace those with a different system. and cases like that. So they felt that it didn't give any wiggle room basically for municipalities to opt into certain recommendations within the report on their own, or if they've already been completed internally. So incident reporting, we can't capture the risk if it hasn't been reported, and we can't mitigate that risk if it hasn't been reported. So sometimes there's the mindset in law enforcement that all's well ends well. Specifically in my area, I was somewhat guilty of this as well. Very rural area, very big in hunting, and come fall, just about every vehicle I stop has a rifle in it, and we weren't documenting that there was a rifle in that vehicle on every one of those traffic stops because the rifle never came into play on the traffic stop. So everything was fine. We didn't document the fact that there was a rifle until the one stop when everything's not fine, right? Based off of that rifle being in there. So categorizing those and capturing that information, regardless of whether that weapon was accessed or used, the fact that it was there has the potential to escalate that situation. So I think all of the departments, some were really, really good at capturing that information, and some were lacking. So that was one of the recommendation. In-car access to CPIC, which again is Canadian Police Information Center, allows us real-time data as to who we're dealing with. As soon as we stop that vehicle or run that person's name, we get criminal record history, any cautions that may be there as far as cautions for violence or caution for known weapons, any warrants that they may have or conditions that they may be on. For the province, there's 19 different dispatch centers that look after peace officers for the province. Some of those do not provide CPIC access. So generally those that are going directly through a police service for their dispatching and their access, they will have access to that right in the vehicle. I believe you guys have it right in the vehicle. But that access in the vehicle was pretty low. Most of us in the province have to phone into the Sheriff Operational Control Center after we've already walked up to the vehicle, put ourselves at risk. We have to come back if we feel the risk is escalated, then we'll call in. This leads to a lot of officers not checking on every single person that they stop unless they kind of get that spidey sense going, and then they'll make that call and see what they're actually dealing with. So I think the officers are missing a lot of those risks, and we can't mitigate the risks ourselves or potentially disengage if we don't know there's a risk there. So being able to have that in every peace officer vehicle is key. Live monitoring of officer location. So again, this varies broadly amongst those 19 different dispatch centers. I go through the Employee Safety Office, which is formerly the Provincial Radio Control Center, and they've teamed up with a company. They're able to look at my vehicle in real time on the map, and they're also to look at my phone while I'm away from the vehicle in real time through GPS. So if I happen to be at the campground at a call and I'm away from my vehicle, they can still real time know exactly where my location is based off of my phone. So it is out there, that technology is available. It's not being utilized by every department currently. So we ranged from departments that had no dispatch previously, where they would just call into the town office during business hours and talk to an admin person and say, hey, I'm going to be at this address. Can you call me in 10 minutes if you don't hear from me? So no real-time checking. That dispatch was a result, requirement was a result of the Lazenby fatality inquiry from August 2012 when Officer Lazenby was killed on line of duty in Foothills County. That happened during my previous presidency, and I was required to testify at that fatality inquiry on behalf of peace officers in the province, and that known risk policy was put into place, as well as mandating having actual dispatch service for every peace officer agency. So there's peace officers have some sort of dispatch, but that kind of meets the requirements when they're just calling into the town office and having somebody there outside of 12 to 1 when the office is closed, then there's no access for that peace officer. Outside of 4:30 p.m. there's no access for that peace officer for that dispatch, and nobody checking on their well-being. So number 4 is our mobile radio officer in trouble, or 1033 one button alert. Most of us have this capability with AFRAX radios. There's a button that's one press on our radio, both in the vehicle and on our personal radios, that would send that distress signal right to our dispatch center. But again, that relies on actually having a dispatch center for those municipalities that are still lagging on that. This overrides all other radio communication, and it lets them know that there's been emergency alerted for that officer. Opens up the radio channel so that it's priority communications for that officer to relay what the emergency is and where they're at, kind of thing, would be based off of that real-time monitoring as well, if it's in place. So most of us have this option already available. Mandated strategic communication and de-escalation training. As one of the accredited trainers in the province, I taught up at our training academy in 2003 and 4, and have been training since then. A lot of the training that's mandated by the province is a one-time thing. This de-escalation training is included in the initial induction training, the 6-week and 7-week courses, and then there's no requirement to recertify on our communication skills and de-escalation training after that. So the author is looking for mandated yearly recertification for the de-escalation and communication training. And again, in 23 years, I've been able to de-escalate and talk myself out of kind of more situations than I can count. My area, I can be 2 hours from closest backup. I cover 5 million acres, 23,000 square kilometers for a patrol area. So places like that, the police are probably a couple hours away from me at any time. Versus in the city where we have access, usually pretty readily available for other officers, other CPOs, and other police officers on scene. But having this de-escalation training, only 12% of employers currently apply that or provide that annually. So they're looking to see that number increase. The mandated annual use of force recertification. Currently, right now, the policy manual states that we must recertify our baton and our pepper spray once every 3 years. That is the only requirement in the policy manual. There is no requirement for us to recertify our control tactics or defensive tactics training on a regular basis. Once we receive that first handcuffing and basically it's our officer self-defense course, once we've received that, there is no mandate by the province to ever take that again. So there are officers that will do the bare minimum. They come once every 3 years just to get recertified on their pepper spray and their baton, and have not taken the control tactics or hand-to-hand training in 20 plus years. It is a perishable skill, and I would say as a instructor trainer for that, most of my clients, I would say, do it annually, but we're looking for the province to actually mandate that to be an annual occurrence to capture that lower end of the bar and bring that bar up a little bit from where it currently is. There seems to be desire within the peace officer program just to leave all the decisions to the municipality. And I think there's an opportunity for the program to set the standard and raise the bar through their own policies. Number 7 is ensuring that use of force content and curriculum is consistent with the CACP, which is the Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police policy and procedures. We just did the accreditation for our PPCT course, and you guys have an in-house instructor now. So I certified your in-house instructor so they can provide that training in-house. That is consistent with both the CACP and the Alberta Association of Chiefs of Police. I sit as a associate corporate member of the Alberta Association of Chiefs of Police committee, and we just had our spring meeting, talked about use of force, and it's one of the recognized kind of programs. So the program that you guys are using for Chestermere is consistent with the Canadian standards and the both the Alberta and the Canadian standards for use of force training. Number 8, it's surprising that we even have to mention this one, but the results did show that there was some lacking here. Agency policies mandating wearing of all protective safety equipment and tools. During the Lazenby inquiry, there were tools issued, there were radios, there were other dispatch services available, and those were not being utilized. That kind of led to the overall facts that day. But throughout the province, I see this on a regular occurrence. It's too hot, I don't want to wear my vest, right? And the belt adds an extra 20 pounds, so I'm just going to leave. I'm just going to be in the office, and I can take everything off. And then that urgent call comes in, and we rush out and don't put the vest and put the belt on, kind of thing. So, yeah, policy mandating wearing of all that protective equipment. We already mandate that through all the other departments within the municipalities, whether it's public works and steel toe boots or hard hats. It should be included in policies. I think most places are doing this, but there's a small number that we're not mandating it. Again, I've seen it personally where officers just not wearing that gear that's provided to them. Part of that, I think, just comes down to complacency, right? Number 9 was the use of body cam technology, and I think it's if, not when, or when, not if, I should say, that is going to become standardized throughout the industry. I know you guys already have body camera implemented. We've had them for probably 6-7 years now, and they have been shown to help with public complaints. And give a real-time, real look at that situation, what was actually said and what was actually captured on video. So there's a lot of benefits there to that for municipalities. I think one of the biggest issues is storage as far as data goes for the larger municipalities, but the RCMP have just this year rolled out their body cams as well. So I think that's going to be the standard going forward. Number 10, this was already being mandated, annual firearms recertification for those municipalities that have the shotguns. We have the shotguns for animal destruction and a humane capacity after a motor vehicle collision, something like that. And it is mandated by the province already that we recertify that annually. But we did see a few respondents in the program say that they do not recertify annually. So the requirement's already there. They're just not complying with those requirements, and then that, in my opinion, becomes a peace officer program issue as far as auditing goes and dealing with people that are in non-compliance with the policy. The last 2 are talking about defensive weapons. So the provision of conducted energy weapons, or tasers, more commonly known as. So the recommendation from the author is to implement tasers. The sheriffs and the commercial vehicle that just transitioned over to sheriffs both have sidearms and tasers now. Every other law enforcement partner that we are working with on scenes, whether it's joint force operations at the commercial vehicle scales, or just doing regular traffic operations, all of our other partners have increased defensive tools, with the exception of peace officers. We're stopping the same people involved in the same operations on the same roads, and yet we have less options available to us. So there's a whole lot of information in the package on conducted energy weapons and the safety that they actually provide. They've been used over 4 million times in 107 different countries for deployment, and they found a 65% reduction in subject injury versus using baton or taser, or baton or pepper spray. With baton as one of the defensive options we have right now, we're using a metal stick to provide pain compliance. The other side of that with the pepper spray is it does not provide physical incapacitation, it provides psychological incapacitation potentially. There's going to be physical results, it's going to make our eyes close, but if the subject is goal orientated, they're able to fight through the pain of the pepper spray and continue on with that assault. Similar to a baton, if their brain's not conducive to pain due to alcohol or drugs, their body will still take the damage from that baton, which increases the risk of injuries to that person because they're not mentally comprehending that damage, and officers are having to use more strikes before compliance is gained. Whereas with the taser, it provides physical incapacitation. If we get 2 probe contacts, that gets full body lockup, and we are not fighting through that. So it's overall a much safer defensive tool than the ones that we have currently. So lots of information there. It is considered less than lethal weapon. There's some stats as far as subject injuries and officer requiring injuries. There's some study as far as use with pacemakers and things like that. It's all been shown safe in those situations. And I think it is one of the better options for us at this point is to definitely be looking at the implementation of the CEWs for the peace officers in the province. So I'm not going to read through all the data on it for you guys that can educate and have a read there. If you're having a hard time falling asleep, you can read the taser data. But the last recommendation was exploring the implementation of sidearms. Again, this goes back to the other partners we're working with being equipped with this, and peace officers, whether it's the PTSD legislation, whether it's our policy manual and the restrictions on that. We seem to be held to just a bit of a lower standard than all the other partners in the province. Chris Butler was involved with the federal parks and with their case looking for implementations of sidearm. That resulted in an actual parks officer filing a Canada Labor Code complaint. At the end of the day, that resulted in the implementation of sidearms for the federal parks. So one of the other battles he had to deal with in this was also that same battle of that myth of disengagement. And he found with the federal parks case, once they were able to recognize that disengagement is not always an option, then this made a whole lot more sense for the federal parks team when they were going through this. So it went all the way up. Federal parks appealed that, and they lost that appeal. So the federal parks officers are now armed with sidearms. So that brought in some kind of case law there with the Canada Labor Code and those kind of agencies. Canada Border Services Agency also went through that process and was able to get themselves armed as well. result of our duties as peace officers, the risk of violence is it's increasing. From when I started my career in 2002 to where we are today, that risk to the officers and the level of violence we're seeing from the public has gone up significantly. Again, August 2012, that resulted in our last line of duty death with Rod Lazenby in Foothills responding to an animal complaint on a rural property. Part of the process was looking at those case files over the past 5 years and the times officers are faced with extreme levels of violence. One example was in Lacombe County in 2020. A peace officer stopped to check on the well-being of a citizen who was stuck in the ditch. That citizen used their vehicle to intentionally ram the peace officer vehicle. So we stopped to help out somebody, and now they turn into vehicular assault against the peace officer. Another incident, 2021, peace officer in Clearwater County doing traffic stop, and the subject grabbed a loaded rifle with a scope out of the vehicle and brought it up to eye level at the peace officer. He was able to put it in reverse and kind of disengage backwards, but it escalated so rapidly he had not had the time to even advise dispatch that he was stopped with the vehicle. That's how quick it happened. That person got back in their vehicle and took off. He turned himself in the next day. No criminal record, no criminal history. Just somebody having a bad day and getting pulled over for a traffic violation was what kind of the straw that broke the camel's back that day, right? And that could be on any traffic stop that your officers are facing on a daily basis, right? The overview of those duties, again, it ranges from animal control, some bylaw enforcement in municipalities, to traffic, to trespassing. The rules are completely different. The Alberta Health Services do more of a security role within the hospital, but they also deal with the Mental Health Act on a regular basis. Transit is dealing with a lot of unhoused people and the problems that come with that, and their level of use of force is actually, Calgary Transit's level of use of force is higher than Calgary Police's level of use of force for the amount of violent situations they're dealing with on the transit system. To my role, because if we're not a municipality, I don't have bylaws or animal control duties. It's pretty much highway patrol and trespassing, things like that out in the rural area. So there's such a wide variety of duties in the peace officer roles that we have to try to encapsulate the safety for all of those different duties across the process. Something like HS, university peace officers, the pepper spray is not an option. They're not even issued that, because if they deploy that pepper spray in that facility, it gets sucked up into the HVAC system and then transferred through the entire building. And now we've contaminated that sterile environment inside that hospital, right? So they don't even have the option of using that pepper spray inside that building, right? So the risk landscape, if we look at the government in Alberta, how it defines workplace violence is violence, whether at a work site or work-related, is defined as the threatened, attempted, or actual conduct of a person that causes or is likely to cause physical or psychological injury or harm. It can include physical attack or aggression, threatening behavior, verbal or written threats, domestic violence, and sexual violence. I don't know a peace officer in the province that hasn't been exposed to that level of workplace violence at some point in their career, if not on a sometimes daily, weekly basis, depending on where they're working. So transit, again, huge number of weapons situations between April 2021 and 2023. They had 42 incidents where officers have been assaulted. 5 incidents involving subject with edged weapons, so knives or machetes. 1 incident involving suspect with pepper spray, and one person brandishing a handgun. So that's just in that kind of 2-year period. 42 of their officers assaulted. So again, we went from some municipalities that had no use of force incidents in that 5-year period to 42 assaults in a 2-year period against officers. So there's a wide range of the risk is still there. The risk doesn't change. It's just the frequency of encounters that seems to be changing. So there is some information here in that September 2017 judgment following the deaths of RCMP officers. They were criminally convicted of the Canada Labour Code violations for failing to ensure the health and safety of its members and by failing to provide the necessary protective equipment and related training. So we have case law in place against that top level policing agency in the country that trickles down to every other law enforcement agency as well. So as far as Edmonton Transit, just for example, for the weapons, 3-year period, they reported 726 incidents of subjects in possession of knives. So there's one department that's tracking that really well. 522 incidents of subjects in possession of bear spray and pepper spray. That's a pretty high number of citizens walking around with bear spray. It is not illegal for a citizen to have dog spray or bear spray. It becomes illegal if they use it on a person. Now it becomes a prohibited weapon, right? And then 183 incidents of subjects in possession of firearms on the Edmonton Transit system, right? So again, huge risk in the urban areas. And again, with the location where you are right next to Calgary, a lot of that is going to trickle into the surrounding areas, right? So when we look at the use of weapons, we really see that in a rural county area fairly high, as well as the urbans, municipal transit, education assistants have pretty high numbers of those counts as well. Violence against the peace officers depicted in the report, encountering alcohol and drugs, that seems to be increasingly more frequent call that we're getting. So we have even small towns like Valley View, resulting in 88 arrests and 61% of the subjects intoxicated by alcohol, right? So some of the small towns are seeing huge numbers and that risk of the intoxication and impaired by drug as well now. So encountering issues or with people with a history. So if we are able to get that CPIC information, then we're going to be able to see what that history is of those people. When it's used properly, that CPIC information is giving officers a better idea before they even approach the vehicle, whether to do an approach or to disengage, right? Again, that the ability to disengage is always not going to be there, but if we have the information beforehand that these people are known to carry weapons and things like that, then we may disengage or call for backup before we even approach and make that stop kind of a little safer. So just in a 30-day CPIC assessment, 3 peace officers in Clearwater County had the following results for firearms prohibs 7, violent cautions 15, drugs 7, driving, assault with a weapon, B&E, robbery, family violence. So we're running into all types of these characters. Those of us without CPIC in the vehicle are not getting this information in a real-time manner. Lac-La-Biche County did a 2-year analysis of incident data. They had 93 people that were flagged on CPIC and had a high number. Red Deer County had a fairly high number of reports. They're just over and over and over again. We're seeing these scenarios of peace officers dealing with high risk situations, without the level of training and or tools to support them there. So it goes into detail on the stages of risk assessment and situational factors, which is an interesting read for people as far as the mindset in a use of force scenario and how quickly we have to act. Also how quickly we will revert back to our training. And that goes back to that mandated annual training. If we think of the brain as a computer, and our newest events we've had are the computer files on top of the pile, if we haven't done that training in 20 years, those papers are buried in a locked cabinet in the basement somewhere, and they don't get access very easy compared to the files that are on top of the pile. So when we are faced with that, we're going to naturally just revert back to that training. And if that training's not there, then there's generally issues that come out of that with officers using excessive force because they forget the proper training. So it talks about threat cues, officer perception. All of these are considerations in the report that we should be looking at. Gets into some federal FBI stats there. But then the big kind of elephant in the room is that myth of disengagement. So we need to recognize that there are times where, yes, we have the proper information, and yes, disengagement is probably the best option, and we're able to back off and wait for police service or jurisdiction or another officer to attend. But there are also those times where disengagement is not an option, right? A subject with a knife can, from 8 feet away, take one step and get a lethal strike in, right? And that happens in a matter of seconds, right? Some of the training I've done down in the States from the instructor trainer level, we're dealing with those close quarters attacks. And a subject with a weapon can get that attack off as quick as 0.37 seconds with a bladed weapon or with a sidearm. For most officers, even with a sidearm, to get a aimed shot out from a holstered pistol is 2.6 seconds. So, right, we have officers that even more so detrimental to us when we're only dealing with OC and baton, trying to react to that kind of weapon, an edged weapon when subject can attack that fast, right? Creating distance and having to use our hands is probably going to be our primary response right now, because we don't have an active tool that can deal with that edged weapon attack, right? So it talks about time and distance variables in that disengagement, and has some information there. And then again, that section 24.2, the policy manual, remove themselves from any immediate harm. Again, sometimes that's easier said than done, right? Contact police or jurisdiction immediately. In a situation where the Clearwater County officer had that rifle pointed at them, like I said, he hadn't even notified his dispatch that they were there. By the time they got in the vehicle and drove away, his brain is now gone into kind of shock mode of what actually just happened. And when they're asking for a vehicle description, he can't even remember what the vehicle description is because of the critical incident amnesia he has from that traumatic event, life-threatening event. So they had to review that video from his dash cam to even get that vehicle license plate and description out to other officers. So in those high-risk situations, we have seconds to make a decision, and getting on the phone to call for backup or something like that may not be the option, right? We might have to just deal with it ourselves first. So that's kind of the end of the actual report. I will say I just met with the new manager of the Peace Officer Program that's replacing Tammy Spinks for the time being. Grant Isles is his name. He's comes from military police background and from NIS, the kind of like our version of the military National Investigation Squad, basically, that does high level investigations for the military. So he has a very extensive background. He did state that the policy manual that we currently have is being reviewed. So there's some opportunity here to have some of these recommendations dealt with by policy in that manual. So we could look at things like mandating that communication training, mandating that yearly use of force training right in the policy manual from a program standpoint. In talking with the Director of Law Enforcement, Curtis Zablocki, and Jonathan Coughlin, who's kind of the next down the chain for the Public Safety and Emergency Services side of things. They want to hear from groups rather than 120 individual employers contacting them and asking for certain recommendations. So I have a meeting this afternoon with Capital Region Authorized Employer Group. They formed a group with City of Edmonton, Strathcona County, and some of the other players in the Capital Region. I'm meeting with the employer group for the Southern Alberta tomorrow down in Nanton. So we have Okotoks, Nanton, Willow Creek, and Vulcan County, and some of the groups down there, Foothills. I was talking with Vlad. I think there's an opportunity to potentially, from a administration level, create that type of group kind of in this area. So south central sort of Alberta with Wheatland County, Strathmore being nice and close, Rocky View, even getting into kind of, some of the municipalities into that central region, whether it's Mountain View and Carstairs and some of the peace officers in that area, and getting together, looking at this report, looking at the recommendations, then as groups approaching the peace officer program and saying these are the recommendations we feel strongly need to be implemented. That's what the program is looking for. Right? We're not done with the RMA side of things. We're going to continue pushing for that. And on the PTSD side of that, we have plans on May 15th to start rolling out some more education factors on the PTSD side of things through the RMA and Alberta municipalities. And then based off of this, one of the things that we felt was really lacking for the peace officer program is education about who we are and what we actually do. So the association has agreed to put some money into developing some small short-time videos throughout the province of this is the roles of a peace officer, whether it's traffic enforcement, whether it's bylaw enforcement or trespassing, campground patrol, all of those kind of things, and educating the public that yes, we are first responders. We are on the same scenes as the police, the fire, the EMS. They opened up that legislation and included wildland firefighters after they told us they weren't going to open up the legislation and included them for PTSD after the fires last year, right? And yet still weren't ready to open it up to peace officers. So yeah, we still have some more advocacy work from the association side to do, but I think that's going to include a little bit of a campaign, public ad campaign about who we are. So we may be reaching out to certain municipalities, come have little videos done and kind of the roles of peace officers around the province to increase that knowledge as to not just what we can do, but the same risks that we're being faced with. And the other agencies have mitigation factors in place and we don't have those options. So, time for questions if you have any.
Great. Thank you. Council, any questions for our presenter? Councillor Narayan.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you and through Mr. Adney to the presenter. So for starters, a really good presentation. Thank you. Pretty in depth. I did I'm not going to say a similar study, but I did do a qualitative study on peace officers in the province a couple of years ago, and one of the findings was that a lot of peace officers felt that most residents that they were serving and also a lot of the managers and municipal elected officials didn't know what it is that they actually do. So this presentation, is definitely fitting and benefiting. And I'm also happy to hear that you guys are rolling out videos and things to inform the public what it is that peace officers do. I really like the report and all the recommendations. I think they're all very good recommendations indeed. I do have a few questions. I'm just going to maybe try and slim it down, and maybe this one will cover it. I did hear that there's certain work that municipality needs to do, and then others will be taken care of by your association. I guess what I want to hear is what is it that we can do to support our peace officers.
Yep. And I think the biggest role here comes down to the authorized employers. The role of the association is not necessarily as a lobbying group, right? So we did talk about whether we wanted to involve Alberta Council and kind of have them work on our behalf. I think the way that it's been started by forming these similar size agency groups and similar groups within the province, we get a handful of these stakeholder groups, right? If Chestermere was to form that with Wheatland and with Foothills and some of the other agencies around to discuss these priorities and recommendations, and then as a group bring those recommendations forward to the Public Security Peace Officer Program. I think that's where your role comes in, and that voice is from the municipality is the voice that the Director of Law Enforcement wants to hear, right? The background of paying for the study and compiling that data, that was kind of our role as the association. We're here to assist and do these information sessions, and to even have a seat at that table with those municipal groups with you and help guide you in that. But I think that comes down to the municipalities now to try to form some of those groups with likewise municipalities, dealing with same situations. I think you guys have a unique advantage here where you have places that are Airdrie and Rocky View and Foothills and Okotoks that are dealing with that overflow from the major city center, similar to the Capital Region group. As a group, if we have 4 or 5 of these groups throughout the province, all with similar recommendations approaching the Director of Law Enforcement, I think that's where the action's going to come from and going to happen. Your voices as municipalities are a lot louder than the voice of the association. Right?
Thank you. Do you have a follow-up?
Yeah, absolutely.
Now, I do see that they were recommending a few things being mandated. And some of these things we're already doing. Now, in terms of just the budget, are we good? Would you be needing more support for the 2025-26? Maybe this is a question for the sergeant.
Sorry, could I get you to just repeat?
Yeah, so just because there's a few, in the recommendations, there's a number of things that are being mandated. So, some of these you guys have already been doing, and there's, I think, some newer stuff. So has this already been budgeted, or is this something that you're going to be coming back for?
So as we continue to grow as a city, as we continue to grow as a city, and as close as we are to Calgary, I like the term that the fire department uses. We became a city many years ago. It's time to start acting like one, and our department is very much in that boat where over the years we've been, to a degree, underfunded and understaffed. We're finally getting to that point right now where we're starting to get staffing. We're starting to get the proper budget, which has been very evident over the past year, that we have made some significant improvements to officer safety and to what we're doing as a unit here, specifically even going to switching our dispatching provider to Tabor Police Service and starting that partnership with them. That ended up opening up significant doors when it came to our CAD system and mobile tracking in-car CPIC access, which has been an absolute game changer for officer safety. We've implemented a lot of things. We've had body cameras for many, many years, and I've had a chat with Sergeant Bowman. We've actually started that back in almost 2014, 2015. So a lot of the things there are, we should continue growing every single year. And having this report being presented is just another step forward to bring education to city and council of the dangers that we face every single day and what we are required to ensure that myself and my guys end up getting home every single day. And I think going forward into 2026 and onward, we should keep progressing and keep looking at potentially, expanding this department and expanding the role that we're doing within the department here and going from there. So,
yeah. Thank you, Sergeant, and thank you to you and to your team for doing such a fantastic job in this community.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Yeah, a follow-up I would have that would be, and this would be for yourself, or both of you, I guess. I think it's a follow-up to what Councillor Ryan was getting at. Of the 12 recommendations, what's Chesmer meeting right now? Are we 2 of 12, 6 of 12, 8 of 12? How are we doing with regards to the recommendations?
Currently right now, since we've updated pretty much all of our systems, our enhanced incident reporting, as we can check that off completely right now because we have completely significantly updated our report management system, which has been capturing a lot of critical incidents that I've pulled from the previous years of serious officer safety incidents involving edged weapons, knives, guns, drugs, rifles, etc. being located. Keeping significant track of that, and I am consistently in talks with our health and safety team as well and making documented reports of that too. So that one's already completed. In-car CPIC access, we already have that. That's another thing that has already been completed. Live monitoring of officer location through Tabor Dispatch, we have that. Officer in trouble alerting capability, we have that through our radios, both in the vehicle and on our person that we do carry. Mandated de-escalation training, this is obviously something that I'm very happy to look into doing more. Every single one of our officers come with a lot of de-escalation training and have been doing so for many years. So we apply that to our daily jobs on a daily basis, getting somebody from up here and then getting them down there. So at the end of the day, the best tool and weapon that we have is our voice and being able to de-escalate somebody and talk to them, right? So that's kind of our front all the time when dealing with people. Annual use of force recertification. We ended up having I sent an officer earlier this year for an instructor's course through Jamie Erickson. He's now certified, and we are planning this fall to start doing annual use of force training every single year. I'm going to get him to develop a program for us just so we're all up to date. 3 years is a long time. A lot of things can end up changing in the 3 years. And again, it is a perishable skill. It's something that, you can end up screwing up on and completely forgetting. Something as simple as relocating your handcuffs to another spot on your belt can end up being very detrimental to you dealing with a potentially violent individual. The use of force curriculum, we're kind of following that. That's mandated basically through all of law enforcement, so that's nothing that we can end up changing. PPE, that is something that we are very strong on here. Every officer is equipped with body armor, with OC spray, baton, and any other tools that we can end up ensuring that they have for protection. I've ensured that we end up getting them. When it comes to the recertification on long guns, our officers are all assigned shotguns as well. It's basically for dispatching animals if we need to, and we do that on a yearly basis. So of the 12 recommendations, we're doing significantly well, and we are, as soon as this report ended up actually coming out, I made it a personal mission of mine to ensure that the very first thing that I started on was the enhanced reporting. So a lot of the situations that we get into, they never happen unless I ended up putting it down. And sometimes, again, you end up attending a call or dealing with something and go, it's totally fine. It's not captured. I can't go to the province. I can't go to you folks and let you know, hey, this is the stuff that we're dealing with if I don't have any proof of it, right? So of those 12 recommendations, we're ahead of the ball of, I think, a lot of agencies. So
It's great to hear. That's awesome. Any other questions from council? Deputy Mayor Schindler.
I just had a quick clarifying question. I see that the in-car computer access to CPIC is through the Tabor Police Service. Would you explain like what that? It seems for me it's strange. So yeah,
strange that we're going through Tabor
through
Police.
Tabor. Yeah.
So we were with Calgary 911 prior to this. Calgary 911, obviously being directly beside us, was a great partnership to have. Our fire department utilizes Calgary 911 still to this date. When it comes to offering dispatching services to peace officers, they're very much lacking in regards to being able to give us a CAD system, give us live monitoring, and provide CPIC access. To give some of you some background, I spent almost 7 years with the City of Calgary as a Calgary Transit Peace Officer. There's a lot of red tape that has to go through with a city as big as Calgary to get a system implemented and get the right people in play to essentially end up getting to go live. That has been in the works since 2019. I had meetings with Calgary 911. At the very least, we had an incident where an officer was, this was just last fall, where an officer was out on a traffic stop and he was in a dead zone for whatever reason with the radio. We couldn't get a hold of him. I have a general idea where this officer is. Dispatch can't get a hold of them. I can't see where they're at. They're not answering their phone and they're not answering their radio. We respond to the location, and that location, the officer was approximately 1 kilometer from that location, which, God forbid something happened, I wouldn't have known where they are. So I approached City of Calgary. I ended up asking them at the very least what I needed was a CAD system to monitor us. I was essentially told that is not something that they could provide up until approximately 2027, which is not good, right? So when it comes to dispatching services, Tabor Police and Lacombe County, Lacombe Police Service, they have entered into a service agreement for community peace officers where Lacombe County will take on peace officers anything north of Red Deer, and Tabor Police Service will take on peace officers south of Red Deer, with the exception of 2 places, Vermilion and a High Level. And the only reason that is because of accessibility to AFRAX radio. So we have entered into the partnership with them where they are providing our dispatching service, call taking, and we have CAD, we have CPIC access, and pretty much the entire meal deal through them at a significantly better rate as well.
Thank you for that. Thank you.
Any other questions from council with regards to the presentation? Awesome. With that, then I believe the motion is going to be to accept for information. Sorry, I did have a question. So as we all know, there was a directive from the province for CPOs to fall under operational command with the RCMP. And hearing this presentation, and this was with regards to fentanyl trafficking and things like that. And so we already had many of the requirements that were in there was already happening within our municipality. However, when it comes to, I'm listening on this, I guess where my brain is going is on the advocacy side, right? So if the province is making a direction that you're following under police command, essentially, right? But you're still enforcing what you are allowed to enforce. But you're also, sounds like, not being given the same tools to do a job, to do a different job, right? And so I'm wondering how that advocacy works, if there's a piece within that, where that's sitting with some of those new directives from the province.
Right.
And I understand I may have just handed you a political hot potato.
Yeah.
So
all good. As a result of that kind of letter that went out, I think it was, again, a little rushed, that letter, based off of some of the political landscape to the south of us that was going on. What did come out of that is I was invited to sit on the Data to Action Committee with the K Division, which is the Provincial Fentanyl Crisis Committee. So from the association standpoint, we have a seat at that committee now, which is opening up a lot of doors for us as far as training goes on that fentanyl side. They're looking at providing us with some pipeline training, clandestine lab training, things like that. Our role within that, they've created 3 pillars for dealing with fentanyl: enforcement, intelligence, and then the health side of things.
Okay.
And our role as peace officers is going to fall into that intelligence. So when we come across vehicles that potentially have fentanyl or other illicit drugs, then we can share that information with our police partners. The intention was not to increase our authorities into the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act with dealing enforcement wise with the fentanyl side of things. And for most municipalities that unless they're under a municipal police service agreement, that hasn't really changed a whole lot. Like for us, we're not falling under the directive of the RCMP. It was more about avoiding duplication of services, partnering with the RCMP, so that if our peace officers are going to deal with an encampment or an illegal encampment issue, we're there from the bylaw side of things, that we have the RCMP attending with us so they can deal with the weapons and the fentanyl side of things that are going to be found with that encampment. So it was more about combination of the services and coordinating those through the RCMP than the RCMP necessarily controlling our day-to-day operations as peace officers. That's still going to stay with the authorized employer. That's not changing at this point. So we did, everybody kind of felt that that's what the intention of that was, is they're now going to be responsible for my schedule and, reporting directly to the sergeant at the detachment kind of thing. And it's more of a comprehensive partnership as far as how we can deal with the fentanyl and illicit drugs, was the intention of that letter, and how it's going forward and being presented since then is, so we're not duplicating their services. Right?
Okay.
So.
Great. Thank you for that explanation. I appreciate that. Councilor Warzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Just in a follow-up that, I wasn't going to ask a question, but since our mayor kind of opened that up, our CPOs in this city, are very visible to our residents. They're very active, and we're very grateful for that. And maybe this question is to our presenter, through our mayor, administration, to our presenter, or maybe to you, Vlad. I'm wondering how effective is it, that transition that you speak about between the CPOs and all other levels of policing or fire or sheriffs or our conservation officers? I mean, there's examples of that, and our CPOs are the boots on the ground, seeing everything, whether it bylaw or non-bylaw related, really promoting public safety. How effective is that transition whenever you run into something that is potentially violent or that needs, EMS or anything like that? How do you maintain public safety until, let's say, help arrives, and making sure that the levels of responsibility are respected?
I think that comes down to the individual departments and the relationships they form with those other partners in the area. So whether it's the sheriffs, whether it's the police service, the jurisdiction, fire, EMS, having those talks ahead of time as to what can I provide you as a peace officer, right? Even if it's a grass fire, these are the services I can kind of provide you. So now, that can assist in those situations. I've worked in areas where we had no relationship with the RCMP detachment, right? And now when I call for assistance, they're like, who's CPO Sergeant Erickson? I've never even met this person, right? And that's a huge detriment to us on the street. So building those relationships ahead of time, so when we do need to contact them and say, hey, I have this vehicle stopped and I have all these indicators of pipeline and drug trafficking happening, you might want to come and look at this. That is taken as a valid, resource and acted upon. I guess I can let Vlad talk about, specifically for you guys, but I think it really comes down to building those relationships ahead of time, and getting those detachment commanders and the fire chiefs and the sheriffs to see the value of the peace officer, the departments that they have locally, and what we can bring to the table for them. Right, our role is meant to not just work in our municipality, but to supplement the tiered system of law enforcement in the province. And I think we are underutilized for what we can actually help perform some of those duties, right? But
Let me, before Vlad, you jump in, if I may just interrupt, let me be specific.
Okay.
And that would be, let's say you're a CPO, you're a peace officer, and you see a crime happening, or you stop somebody and they're potential violent. How do you restrain that person or persons, let's say, make them safe, make you safe until help arrives? That's really what I want to understand, because you can't wait for the cavalry to arrive at any specific time.
Absolutely.
Just like, the same question you can ask of yourself if somebody's invading your home, right? How do you make sure that public safety for all in place? Maybe that's a question for you, Vlad, because you guys are the ones out there and you see it all
And we do
before
have-
most, I think, other jurisdictions, but maybe the RCMP, fire, or other, because they're not patrolling as often as the CPOs are.
And we do have some legislation that allows us, right? There's a lot of arrestable sections in the Traffic Safety Act, including speeding, if we could, if need be. There's also Section 494 of the Criminal Code, which is citizen's arrest. So that is open and available to us as a peace officer to utilize that, depending on what our policy has. The trouble with 494 is, if I'm stepping outside of my role as a peace officer to use 494 to arrest, as any citizen in this room can, do I get to use my tools if that person attacks me? I'm in uniform. I'm not actually being viewed as a member of the public. So there's a lot of kind of gray area in that 494. Section 495 is arrest without warrant by a peace officer found committing indictable offenses. And there's options under that for us to, again, use our defensive tactics training to secure that person with handcuffs and detain them, not necessarily arrest them, until such time they can be turned over to the RCMP. So that might deal with some of the immediacy of it. That other side of it comes down to disengagement sometimes. I had to stop with 4 Hells Angels in the vehicle. As soon as I walked up, the driver said, hey, all 4 of us have warrants for our arrest. I was like, that's nice, right? Like, I'm not equipped to deal with all 4 of you by myself, 2 hours from my closest backup. So the best option for me is just document which direction travel and get a hold of the police agency that's next up the road and see if they want to stop them, right? So there's options from citizen's arrest to arrest authorities within the confines of our appointment for trespassing, things like that we can arrest for. Gaming and Liquor Cannabis Act that has arrestable sections until we could turn that person over to police. But if we just simply witness an assault taking place on the beach, we'd probably be looking at that Section 494 citizen's arrest of detaining that person until we could turn them over to police.
It's always kind of a going joke with working as a peace officer. You're wearing several different hats, and you have to think on your feet significantly faster than any standard street cop would, because we work in such a gray area all the time. We're lucky in the sense that we've developed some incredible relationships here with our fire department and our CMP counterparts. We have direct radio communication with our CMP where we can contact them over the radio, which we worked very hard to get, and not many municipalities have that yet. So I could switch over to a channel and immediately get a hold of them and ask them for assistance if required. Our fire department, anytime we need a medical or anything fire related, we know we can call them and they'll be there right away. So we consistently work within our appointments and what we're allowed to do. We're always out on the road, as you guys are aware. We are able to do so even more so now, not having to respond back to the office as often, as we do have a dispatching service that is fielding our calls, and emails come through to our phones. So we're able to do a lot of stuff from our vehicle, which is our mobile office. We technically live in that during our shift. We come back to the office for either lunch, sometimes not even that, or to do reports. So when it comes to finding a situation and there being potentially some gray areas of our level of enforcement, we can always end up finding something within our parameters that we're able to deal with the situation. There's not one single person in our department that is not going to go into a situation without, I'm going to try and word this properly. Doesn't matter how dangerous of a situation it is, if there's public interest at bay, our guys will go in and we'll deal with the aftermath of it afterwards. So we're here to serve the public, and we're here to protect the citizens of Chestermere and do whatever we can within our authorities.
Awesome. Great, thank you. So I'm going to have the motion come now for to accept for information. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council accept the Officer Safety and the Development of the Community Peace Officer CPO program presentation for information.
Comments, questions? Just want to say thank you again for the presentation. It was great. And with that, we'll call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. We'll take a break here, and we will come back at 11:15. Thanks, everybody. Good morning, everyone. Welcome back. Just coming back from our break, continuing on with our agenda here. So we're now going to move to item 7.2, which is our transit update. And on our agenda here, I have at the start of this presentation, I guess, coming from our CAO, Mr. Kent Edney.
All right. Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, I don't have too much to say here. Just introducing Mr. Arsh Rai from North Rover Corporation. He's going to be walking through a little bit of a proposal that he's, talked to us in camera about. We'll have a few more questions for him afterwards when we go into our in-camera presentation. But the intent of this is just to give the public sort of a high-level concept of what he brought forth to the city and what he's proposing and presenting for council to consider.
Awesome. Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. It's great to be back.
Yeah, push the button closest to you. And there you go. You're good.
There we go. Okay, hi. Good morning, Mayor Dean, City Council, and members of the public. It's great to be back and share this proposal with everyone today. So I think, again, Kent kind of alluded to this. We had an in-camera session on this. But it's great to be able to share to the public what we've kind of been working on in the background. It's a proposal that our team kind of came up with. And we thought it could be a win-win for the city, especially in the position that they're at today, in terms of gathering information on ridership and then also delivering a functional service to the public in the meantime. So I'll tell you a bit about myself. I'm the founder of North Rover. I've been a resident of Chestermere now for 10 years. I have a lot of family here. I've gone through a lot of stages of my life here, from being a university student to a working professional to getting married and now raising my family. I have a lot of friends and family here, so deep ties, and Chestermere is home to me. So it's good to be kind of presenting a potential solution to a problem that I've experienced firsthand, which is lack of transit connectivity. My company, North Rover, was set up to help private organizations and municipalities focus on transportation and transit solutions, respectively. Transit's obviously very unique to each municipality. Each municipality has its own challenges, own geographic considerations. But it's also challenging because it requires a lot of resources, especially upfront in terms of fleet investments, infrastructure investments, the skill and knowledge that's required to get this up and running, which is where we think we really add a lot of value. We think we can, like on average, if you think about startup costs, there's the pads, the bus stations, the fleet. We think that can range north of $1 million depending on what you're trying to do. And we really came up with something that we think is startup costs are kind of just in like the thousands. So it's a good startup cost relative to like a pilot type situation, and you're not investing a lot of money up front. So the key differentiator with us is we don't just consult, we can actually help. We have the resources in-house, we can help launch the service, maintain the service, and then eventually transition it over to the city if that's the end state or whatever basically works best for the municipality. So I know, again, City Council has seen this, but I do want to provide a quick perspective to the public on the transit service that you already pay for today, which is the Max Purple extension. So on the left is kind of just a broad overview of the entire route, which is majority of the day, it kind of runs from downtown Calgary to East Hills, and then twice a day, twice in the mornings and twice in the late afternoon, it has an extension into Calgary, and it kind of comes in through Chelsea, through Rainbow Falls, goes up West Chestermere Drive through Westmere, and then back to East Hills. So basically, you can kind of see from the map on the right where we put that into context in terms of like a zoomed-in map of Chestermere, but there's no real connectivity into the Cove, especially into East Chestermere, and then also into South Shore, which is a growing community today. So it's largely a West Chestermere solution. And then even for residents of West Chestermere, it was designed as a commuter service for the morning and late afternoons, for someone commuting to downtown potentially for work and then coming back. So there's no service essentially from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. So throughout the majority of the day. So it's relatively inaccessible even for the residents in the West that are in the service area, that are stay-at-home parents, seniors, students, etc. So another item is it was as a commuter service, it's kind of designed for one-way traffic flow, so it's obviously not a local transit solution. And what we're trying to do with this proposal is kind of merge a local transit solution with also a commuter service as well. So there's going to be potential to kind of commute around Chestermere if that's what you desire, but also connectivity into East Hills. And then third, there's a lot of stops just within West Chestermere. So on one side you have East Chestermere, the Cove, South Shore with no service. And then on the west side you have some areas that have stop locations within a 4-minute walking distance. So there's kind of this big disconnect in terms of service levels for residents in the west and residents in the east. Getting into our proposed solution, so what we're kind of pitching today is a transit pilot program. And there's several reasons why we think this is a good approach for the city, especially with where we're at today. So first, municipalities obviously need data to make informed decisions. Committing to a permanent solution would require a lot of upfront investment, and then you're kind of making guesstimates on ridership levels and all those things, and you might overcommit to a transit solution that in a year from now or something you may realize is not financially sustainable, and it's always harder to trim service levels. So our proposal is provide a functional, enjoyable service to residents while also helping you collect the data to make a long-term decision. So we want to propose a 4-month, it could be longer, but 4-month pilot that kind of starts potentially in the summer. And the main goals would be to test ridership levels, gather community feedback, and then again, ultimately assess the feasibility of a long-term solution. With it being both a local system, local connectivity, we'll show a map shortly, and also connectivity into East Hills, we kind of get double the data on what's going into East Hills, what's local, and it'll help us determine kind of feasibility of both those items. Here's a proposed route. Again, this is subject to change. This is just meant to kind of show where we're currently at with this and the level of connectivity it would provide relative to what I just showed before with the Max Purple line. So Max Purple, again, is largely on the west. What we're envisioning here is a full Chestermere solution that would also then have East Hills connectivity. So we think this is obviously the service levels. We've tried to make this so the route is simple, while also trying to optimize for obviously the most amount of service for most amount of residents. So we think around 90% of residents would be within a 15-minute walking distance of a bus stop, which is probably not the best, but it's a huge step change relative to where we are today. So it's really a game changer, we think, for residents. And getting back to why we think a transit pilot program is kind of the right solution. It's really a win-win for the residents, businesses, and Chestermere administration and City Council in 3 ways. So for residents, while we're going through this data collection exercise, you get to be part of effectively a fully operational transit program that's going to give you connectivity around all of Chestermere, and it's going to give you connectivity into East Hills. For a lot of residents, this is going to be a game changer, especially students that are at home over the summer and might not have connectivity. It could potentially even give you summer employment opportunities in East Hills or in Calgary or in other areas. For local businesses, we're hoping, again, with students being home over the summer, that it helps increase foot traffic by increasing that connectivity across all of Chestermere. And then getting back to why we're going to do this in the first place, which is that critical data collection. Doing a 4-month pilot, especially kind of starting with that summer timeframe, it's going to let us collect data over 2 critical periods, which are very unique in terms of travel behavior. One is over the summer, which is very different than over the fall. So we kind of get a glimpse into both of those, and we also get a glimpse into how much of our residents are using it for East Hills connectivity and how much of our residents are using it for local service. So we kind of get to evaluate both of those. That concludes the public portion of my remarks. So Thank you.
Great. I just wanted to clarify some things, just so everyone's really clear on this process, and so perhaps we can just like confirm some information. So, this idea came about because you approached us. Do you just want to talk about that a little bit in terms of like how this kind of started? Just because I think that's a good point of clarity. It's actually something as well that we appreciated as a council in terms of local resident has an idea, sees a need, comes and approaches. So can you just talk about that process a little bit about you coming to the city?
Yeah, for sure. And it kind of goes back to me living here for so long. When I first moved here, I was a university student, and the way that I would get into, I obviously had the U-Pass for Calgary Transit, and the way that I would get in would be because I didn't want to pay for parking. I was obviously a student, was trying to save as much money as possible. My mom would drive me to like Marlborough Station, and then from there I'd take the train, and then in the evening she'd kind of pick me back up. So it was causing a lot of inconvenience for her, and that's been like 10 years, and since then there's really no solution that's come about for the city of Chestermere, and the city of Chestermere has grown so much. So now being kind of in a position to do something about it, I thought it was a unique solution that it helps address that. And peer municipalities to the city of Chestermere do have some sorts of like local transit. So I know this is something that was probably being explored, and I just thought a pilot type structure really gives, again, going back to like the win-win, it really gives you the data you need to then make a long-term commitment, because a longer-term commitment is more costly upfront. And
right. A second thing, the 4-month. So the pilot proposal right now would be looking at July, August, September, October.
That's right. Yeah.
Correct.
So there's quite a bit of lead time to start this. There's a lot of work streams that we'll kind of get into in the in-camera session, which we think we need like a month or two lead time for. So we're envisioning a July start and an October kind of end date for a 4-month pilot.
Right. Okay. So the reason, just also to clarify, and maybe I'll turn to Mr. Edney for this as well, just for some clarification. The reason for the in-camera is coming out with this idea in terms of it's a transit pilot program. We have a resident who has an idea. They're bringing that. But when we do actual business interests and contracts and dollars and cents and all those sorts of things, that is when a council, because it becomes then about the actual business plan, before it's essentially implemented or adopted or those sorts of things. That's why a council would go into in-camera to discuss. Can you just talk about that process, just for some clarity for the public with regards to that?
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. So through you to council and to the public, I think you just captured it pretty well in a nutshell there, Your Worship. One of the biggest issues is, of course, North Rover's a private entity, a private business. They approached us with a business idea, similar to we do with any other sort of business idea that comes to us. There's a lot of proprietary information that Mr. Rye has worked on, developed himself. He's got methodologies for costing, all these different kind of things that would be unique to his business proposal that we do not want to in any way hinder or release potentially to competitors on some of that intellectual and proprietary information. So what we've shared today is sort of that broad high level thing that he was okay. Again, saying here's kind of why he came to administration, why he came to council to talk about this, what the intent is, what the high level overview is, but those details around how are they actually going to do it, what are they actually going to do, the cost is what we're keeping confidential, because at this stage, council hasn't made any decision. It's just continuing to listen and entertain. Once council does make a decision, of course, we'll have to put a little bit more information out, but then at that point, his business interests are protected in that regard.
Right. Great. Any questions from council at this time with regards to the public portion? Councillor Sample.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you to Mr. Edney and to our presenter. If my question is proprietary in any capacity, please feel free to say no. You previously showed us a lot of financial projections. What I'm wondering is if council was interested in this idea and wanted to suggest some changes to the pilot you've proposed, maybe, for example, stops, things like that we think might meet the needs of the community, how much impact would that have on your projections? Basically, how many tweaks would be possible before we're talking about a different business plan?
I think from our perspective, one of the most critical things for us is to maintain a route that is simplistic. So adding stops along the way is no issue at all. If it creates detours within communities, that obviously impacts service hours, or what it does is it'll reduce the amount of frequencies effectively if we're adding more detours into certain communities. So going back to the map, for example, we've been considering a couple additions even like along this route. So we have the Chelsea stop here. We could potentially add one in Dawson Landing immediately before like Rainbow Falls, and that would have close to no impact. But if we were to change the route structurally, that's where we kind of get into potential financial implications.
Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. And that makes sense. I might ask more questions if we do go in camera. I do have an additional question about the data collection. And at the end of the pilot, at what point would that data, how long would it take to collect all that data and present it to council?
Yeah. So we're exploring a few things, and we'll get more into detail on this in the in-camera session. But we're envisioning at least like a touch point, maybe midway through the pilot, and then another touch point probably before the conclusion of the pilot.
Okay.
And then we can get into the specifics on what types of questions, how we would collect the data and all that in the in-camera session.
Okay. With that, then, I think at this time it'd be appropriate to go into our in-camera session. Just a reminder that we did change the agenda. So the intention is to cover all of our in-camera items, and there are some, there's going to be a lot of discussion with regards to a number of items that are in there. I would like to point out that the budget, we will be discussing and voting on our budget today. So that will obviously be of high interest. And there's going to be a lot of information coming out of our in-camera sessions, but we are going to do all of them at once and then come back out. So it is 11:30 at the moment, plus we're going to have lunch in there. We'll probably just make it a working lunch. I would anticipate the earliest we would be coming out of our closed session would be 1:30, probably closer to 2 o'clock. Does that be a fair assessment?
Through your worship, again, depending on how many questions come up in here, I'd say at least 1:30, if not 2 or 2:30.
Yes. Okay. Okay. Mr. Edney?
Thank you. And I just maybe wanted to clarify for the public that we're going to review some of the budget in camera, but the expectation is it will come into public session after, where the full presentation will happen, and you will be approving it in public at that point.
Yes. Yeah, thank you for that clarification. Yeah, there's going to be a full public presentation, lots of numbers, lots of exciting things. It's going to be great. There's a portion that's being done beforehand. Okay, so with that then, can I have the motion to move into closed session, please? Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Deputy Mayor Schindler.
Oh, this is a mouthful. I move that council move into closed session at 11:32 a.m. to discuss the following: Merganser Drive Extension, FOIP Section 24, Advice from Officials; Transit Update, FOIP Section 16, Disclosure Harmful to Business Interests of a Third Party; Recreation Center Update, FOIP Section 21, Disclosure Harmful to Intergovernmental Relations; City Operations, FOIP Section 24, Advice from Officials; Final Operating Budget, FOIP Section 29, Information that is or will be available to the public; and 2025 Tax Rate Bylaw, FOIP Section 29, Information that is or will be available to the public.
Great, thank you. Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you, and we look forward to connecting again with the public this afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Sorry for the delay there in us coming out of our in-camera session. We've got lots of information that's going to be coming forward. So can I just have a counselor make the motion to bring us out of in-camera, please? Can we have that on the screen? Oh. Great, thank you. Deputy Mayor Schindler?
I move that council come out of closed session at 3:50 p.m.
Great, thank you. And we'll call for a recess to allow public to come back in, and we'll come back at 3:55. Thank you.
We have to vote on it, bud.
Oh, sorry, call for the vote.
I got nothing. Oh, okay, there we go. It was sleeping.
Sorry, that's carried unanimously. Now we'll take a break, and we'll come back at 3:55 for the remainder of our meeting. Thank you. a lot of information come forward. So legislative services, I'm going to be depending on you a lot here. I do on the daily, but it's certainly going to be depending on you to help us through. So if I call out in the wrong order, if you could just help me with that. So what we're going to do is we're going to do motions in the order that things happen within our closed session, and for the first couple of items here. So for the first one, for the Merganser Drive extension, can I have that motion first, please? Fantastic, thank you. Can I have a councillor were we doing a presentation on this before this motion? No, we're just approving this motion. Okay. Could you just give, I think it would be good to add some detail as to why there's the increase for this project?
Okay, sure. So through the mayor and council, just updating for Kate, who unfortunately had to leave. There's been an increase to the funding request for the Merganser Drive capital project. So that's the road in front of the new high school site that connects the Chelsea and Dawson communities. The issue in the increase today is solely related to a change in the scope of work. As the team worked through the requirements of what was needed under that road, realized that the request from Alberta Infrastructure and the school division was only for sort of a stage 1 readiness, and some of this work actually comes at stage 3 or 4. We've identified efficiencies to do this work at the same time and save some money. So it's to integrate some more work into that project, such as bringing the shallow utilities in, putting some streetlights in, and some more of that work into the overall project, which is a lead into one of my other projects. We'll have a more comprehensive update on this capital project, the entire budget, entire scope at our next council meeting.
Right, and this is work that would have to be done anyway. So by doing this now, we won't build a road and then tear up a road to do the work later. We're completing all the work at the same time, correct?
That is correct.
Awesome, thank you. So with that, can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Warzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor. May I ask one more question before I state the motion?
Yeah, absolutely.
So through yourself, Mayor, to our presenter, our CAO, Mr. Edney, with this $523,000 increase, that's not a lump sum that'll go to one bidder. This will be the total project increase. I'd ask the question only because I don't want to propose a certain value on the, in the competitive bid process whenever we start looking at finishing this work. Or is this all accounted for already?
So it's already accounted for in the scope with the contract with the proponent that's constructing the road. This is just adding that extra scope to that work plan.
Okay, so it's like already accrued, you're just asking to spend it now?
Yes.
Thank you.
Councillor Warzanowski.
And with that, I motion that council approve a $523,000 increase to the Merganser Drive capital project with funding to come from Canada Community Building Fund grants, CCBF.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Then with that, our second item that we had in camera was transit update. So now we're going to go back to, we had the transit update as 7.2. So can I have the motion, please? Thank you. So the motion is for council to direct administration to work with the North Rover to implement a transit pilot program here in Chestermere. For this one, I'm going to be requesting a recorded vote for this particular item. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Narayan.
So move the council to direct administration to work with North Rover to implement a transit pilot program in Chestermere.
Thank you. So we'll start, we'll do a little different. I'll start to my right this time. So we'll start with Councillor Sambo. Do you vote in favor or against?
Thank you, Your Worship. I vote against.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Schindler?
I vote against.
Thank you. Councillor Randawa?
Thank you, Your Worship. I vote against.
Thank you. Councillor Warzanowski?
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I do believe in transit within this city, and I believe it's an immediate need. I don't believe a pilot project will give us any valuable information to tell us that we need transit. I believe that there are other solutions, so I vote against this pilot project.
Thank you. Councillor Ryan?
In favor.
Thank you. Councillor Grant?
Thank you, Mayor. I echo Councillor Warzanowski's comments. I would like to see some more work done. So I would vote against this motion.
Thank you. And finally, I vote in favor of the motion, but that will defeat the motion 5-2. Going to Councillor Sandbo, I believe, Councillor Sandbo, you want to bring another idea forward?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I would like to put forward a motion for council to consider. In camera, there was a lot of good discussion and questions asked, and I think all of council and administration are on the same page that this is an important issue we need to address. What we're not sure of is the best way to move forward and all of the options available to us. And it is such an expensive initiative to tackle. I think that's really important. So I would like to propose a workshop. So I'll take an attempt on the fly of a motion. I would move that council book a workshop to discuss transit options before the end of July, so that we can at least take a next step in figuring out what to do on this topic.
Thank you. Can we just change the first word to administration? Book a workshop for council. So yeah, so council director administration to book a work. Yep, perfect. There we go. Okay, Councillor Sambo, does that meet what you were looking for?
It does, Your Worship. Thank you.
Do you want to make the motion?
Sure. I move that council direct administration to book a workshop to discuss transit options before the end of July 2025.
Thank you. To comments, questions from council. Councillor Warzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. And through yourself to Councillor Sandbo, do you feel that having this workshop will give us more information than we already know? I know we've had professionals kind of propose that one of the options to move forward may be, a on-demand system or something of that matter before we grow into something bigger. Or are you looking to just get more clarity such that we can direct administration after the workshop to move forward with a transit solution for our community?
Councillor Sambo.
Through the chair, yes, and I think coming out of the result of the last motion, we need a next step. In camera, we had some other documentation described to us that was newly discovered, and I think that would be worth looking at. And I think if we have more time and more energy to talk about it, we can set some timelines and direction that we don't have right now. I just don't want to see this fall off and for it to lose momentum.
Councillor Warzanowski.
Thank you, Councillor Sandbo. I'd be in support of that. I just would actually like to even act quicker than that. But if the information you feel is valuable, I'll be voting in support of your motion. Thank you.
Yeah, I think the idea behind the timeline, if I may, is we just know that there's a lot that's happening with it at the administration level right now. I also think, too, we've heard that there could be some more information that is found before that time. But I guess I would look to administration. Do we think that we could do this workshop before the end of June?
Yeah, I think pending council availability.
Right.
Right. End of May, start of June. June's a pretty busy month. I may have some more information than
But we
talked about in camera, but I may not either. So I think end of June could be reasonable too if council had room in their schedules. I'd suggest more near the end of June. But I think we could shoot for that.
So if we leave it for the end of July, that way we can hit the motion.
Yeah.
But sooner would also be fine. But if we put before the end of June and something happens. Okay. Because, we do have a number of items coming up. Like there's, we're all at FCM, for example, right at the beginning of June. So there is lots that's in between. Deputy Mayor Schindler.
I would also like to throw my support behind this motion. I think also that I would like to hear some information regarding Calgary Transit and as a more holistic approach rather than just privatized information that we could compare all the apples in the same basket. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Through yourself to council. I think we'll have to have a conversation offline to make
Yeah.
sure what the expectations of the workshop are and what everybody'd like to see in that, because there's a broad range of things that could fall under transit. So
Yeah, so I think a motion like this would give us opportunity that we could email Mr. Edney some things that we could be some possibilities in that workshop, and then maybe that really does fit the scope of end of July with that kind of work. Councillor Narayan.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you and to as members of council. I'll support this motion as well with, I'm not going to say maybe skepticism, but I guess the onus is going to be on administration to bring hopefully new information. And again, the reason why, I'll vote in favor for this is to keep, this conversation going. I think you would collectively agree that this may not be a priority, but it is definitely, an important thing that we want to bring into the city. So thank you.
Mr. Edney.
So thank you, Your Worship, to council. If I may make a suggestion, since the previous motion was defeated and that money was in the budget, there's going to be some money in the budget. We do not have a transit person because we don't offer transit here. So depending on the depth of the information you're looking for, I may suggest that some money allocated in the operating budget for some kind of transit study
Right.
might be a worthwhile exercise.
But that could also be part of the workshop, could it not? Or are you looking for that now?
It could be, yeah. Just something to consider when we get into the operating budget discussions.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to state as well that, I would be in support of this motion. I think transit's a really great thing for community, and it hurt a little bit not moving forward with the last presentation since it did hit a lot of boxes. But I think we need to look at all the options, and as we discussed, transit's a very expensive item that is heavily subsidized. So we need to make sure that we're being responsible with tax dollars at the end of the day. So I think a workshop would be valuable, and I think it'll lead to us providing the best option at the end of the day.
Okay. Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I actually follow, echo with my fellow councillors. Is the information in Canberra, it's bit hesitate. That's why I did not support the previous motion, because it's a taxpayer dollar and we need a bit more brighter picture when we are spending. So I'll be definitely supporting this motion at this moment.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions, comments from council? Okay, call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. I believe for the rec center update, we just need to accept for information. Or, no, we would proceed as just, oh, okay, good, great. Yeah, that's better. Can I have a Councillor Grant?
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I move that council direct the chief administrative officer to proceed as discussed in closed session regarding the recreation center.
Should we specify which recreation center for this? No. Sorry, but
Wouldn't hurt, yeah.
Do you? Yeah, when I called the Chestermere Regional Recreation Center.
yeah.
Would you like me to restate, Mayor?
Yes, please.
I move that council direct the chief administrative officer to proceed as discussed in closed session regarding the Chestermere Regional Recreation Center.
Great, thank you. Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Okay, so that. Yep. Okay, so we'll now move to the capital budget update, which is item 8. No. Council. Oh, thank you. Can I have a councilor make the following motion, please? Councilor Wozzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Gladly. I motion that council accept the city operations update for information.
Comments, questions? Call for the vote. And that's carried. Are we accepting that for information, though, since we're going to be acting on it? Okay. Can I have we have one more motion, I believe. Yep. So, sorry. What I'm saying is, so we are going to be adding some items to the agenda because they were from the in-camera. So, Mr. Edney, I believe what you are trying to suggest to me from looking at me is that you would like me to do that right now since they were in camera, and then we'll go to 8.1. Is that correct? Okay. So, can I have council make the following amendments to the table?
This is one.
Sorry,
I was still speaking. I can do it if you want.
No, sorry, I just want to check it first. Okay. I don't believe we should be doing, I don't believe the first sentence should be in there, the tabling of item 9.1 and 9.2. We should do that when we get to them. We shouldn't do it right now.
We can table them after,
Yeah, we should do it when we get to those items. Yeah, so if we could eliminate that sentence. Because
Then do you want to just do this after we do it?
Nope, we're good now. Okay. So, because this would then fit, because then these numbers work. Item 9.3, 9.4, and 9.5. Okay. Councilor Wozzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. After coming out of in camera, I'd like to motion council make the following amendments to today's agenda. Add agenda item 9.3, final operating budget. Add agenda item 9.4, bylaw 025-25, division of assessment class and subclasses bylaw. Add agenda item 9.5, bylaw 02325, 2025 tax rate bylaw.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's passed unanimously, so that adds those items. So we'll get to those items here in a minute. Okay, I think that covers off, yes. So now we're to item 8.1, which is the capital budget update. And this is being presented by Mr. Kent Edney.
All right, thank you, Your Worship, to yourself and council. There's a table in your agenda package. I think it highlights 8 capital project items. I will start this off by saying we will come with a more detailed capital budget update, likely for the meeting on the 27th, if not the very first one in June. If you remember back to when we did our capital budget back in the fall, one of our things we did was publicly we didn't disclose our budget for every single capital budget item. That was intentional. That was to hopefully give us not a leg up, but some bandwidth in our tendering, where we were finding if people knew what our budget was, all of our bids came in at what our budget was. So this is a way for us to try to get some, I guess, more relevant bids without people asking what your budget number is. So this capital budget update right now is really just sort of the 8 projects that I continually get questions from council or I see emails about from the public of where are these projects at. So really, you've got your spreadsheet in here. Twinning of Chestermere Boulevard, we're doing the design. It's underway. We'll come back with a more comprehensive report on this project. Doing this project all as one phase was predicated on getting 50% grant funding from the province, which we were unsuccessful at. So it's changed our approach a little bit. The funding was still from the offsite levy model. So we still have the funding for it, but we may approach this in a more phased approach. Either way, we're anticipating to start construction on that project in the fall. And rather than being a full hit it really hard project, it may be a little bit more delayed. But again, I'll let the engineering team come and talk about that in the future. Rainbow Road North is another one. We've been getting a lot of questions on, and I think it's important for this capital budget update, and it's a process that I've already started talking about internally here is, from my point of view, what I'd like to see right now would be our teams working on the projects for next year. The city's not at that stage, given everything that's happened over the past couple of years. We're a lot more reactive than proactive. So when Rainbow Road was added in January, we hadn't really done any work on it other than some high-level scoping. So right now, we're in the design phase. We've done some geotechnical work to understand what the base of that road looks like. So I know everybody's hoping that that project is coming tomorrow. It's likely a summer construction with a shoot to be kind of done in September. We are operationally looking at some other items to potentially bring in the operating budget to make it drivable in the short-term project. So again, there'll be an update coming to council on that project in particular. The raised crosswalks, we're in the design. We're in the planning stage on that. We're going to shoot to do those installations over the summer months, of course, when school's out, and targeting to have those completed by the time school comes back in. When we look at the West Merganser Drive, we just talked about that. That's again, we're hitting the end of July deadline for that, so that should start up sometime in June. So coming real quickly here to get working on that project. The rental space for the community services across the street. I've talked a little bit offline about this. There's some capital project or some capital work required in that. Unfortunately, the tender process, we came in over twice the budgeted amount. So we've, I guess, not gone back to the drawing board, but we're exploring other options that are available under our procurement policy. I do think we found something that gets us in under the original budget. But again, there'll be a report back to council for an ask or any more details on that once we have it finalized. Sunset Beach parking lot. So again, being understanding how we're doing the process right now. It is out for tender. It's in that process. We would like to get that done as soon as possible, but depending who the successful contractor is, we then have to fit it into their schedule of all their other work. So you can probably appreciate how busy contractors are in the Chestermere and surrounding Calgary area. So once we know who that project's going to, we can get a better idea of the timeline and how it fits into their crew's availability. So again, shooting for by fall time to have that project completed as well. The Dawson's Landing Recreation Center, of course, we just heard an update at the last meeting from the subcommittee. We're still in the planning phase, and we're shooting to keep moving that forward as the year progresses. And then on the new fire hall, again, we're in the design phase of that. Expected to have the design and everything ready for construction in the fall time, which would then hit into the 2026 capital budget for, I guess, that council's approval after the election to begin construction in the spring of 2026. We are actively working to try to progress that design to have a decision in front of council to actually start potentially construction in the fall, but I can't promise on that one yet until we get a little further down the road. So those are kind of the 8 projects I identified as high priority, just to give an update to council and the public of status. Is there any that I didn't hit that you're keenly interested in at this point? Again, plan will be to come back with a full update on every single project in the budget, hopefully for the 27th, if not the first meeting in June.
Great, thank you for that update. Any questions from council with regards to any of these capital projects? Well, there you go. That was easy. Thank you for the update. Appreciate it. I believe we'll be accepting that for information. So can I have a councillor ask the following? Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council accept the capital project update for information.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. now moving to item 9.1. So just given the extended time of our meeting today, we had a very ambitious agenda here today. So what we're going to do is we're actually going to table the next one. So we'll need two separate motions. So the first motion will be to table item 9.1, which is the short-term rentals report, to the May 27th, 2025 council meeting. So can I have that motion, please? Great, thank you. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council table agenda item 9.1, short-term rentals, report to the May 27, 2025 regular meeting of council.
Thank you. Call for the vote. Councillor Grant. And that's carried. Then we have item 9.2, which is development permit approval. Can I have a councillor make the following? Oh, we'll just get this fixed here. Great, thank you. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that council table agenda item 9.2, development permit approval to the May 27th, 2025 regular meeting of council.
Thank you. Call for the vote. And it's carried unanimously. Thank you. So then we are now to item 10.1, which is bylaw. So, oh, no, we are not. Because we had the other, we added 9.3. Correct. I would counsel, we've had our CPOs waiting for a little bit. Could we deal with the animal control bylaw so that so can I have a motion to move item 10.2 before item 9.3, please? I don't anticipate this to be long. 10.2. Great, thank you. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Grant.
I motion that council move item agenda. I move that council move agenda item 10.2 to before agenda item 9.3.
Comments, questions? Call for the vote. Okay, that's carried unanimously. Okay, animal control bylaw. So, this item has been discussed at length over a few different meetings, and we saw a lot of great work put into this. And so, this was discussed at our last GAP meeting, and now it is coming forward for, I believe it's second reading to start with, possibly second and third reading, depending on how we go here. So, so I'm just gonna, who's presenting? Because I have Mike Fluker presenting on this. Just before we start, Councillor Worzanowski.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Dean. I just want to ask the question to our chair, because we've tabled a number of items just because of time. Do we expect this presentation to be quick? Because I know a lot of residents were anticipating seeing some of the other things that we've just tabled.
Yeah, I do anticipate this one to be quick, given that council gave lots of feedback at the GAP meeting. In review of the bylaw, it looks like they hit everything that we had asked to have changed, and so I do anticipate this to be a short presentation due to those factors, but this council never ceases to surprise me at times, so we'll see how it goes. So with that, we'll turn it over, and good afternoon.
Afternoon, Blair Zinkin, Peace Officer, City of Chestermere. Before you have a request for decision regarding bylaw number 025-24, referencing the animal control bylaw. We're just bringing back the bylaw after the feedback from the GAP meeting for potentially second and possibly even third reading today. What we wanted to just address is that we've covered off all of the feedback by council that was given on, I can itemize the sections if you want, but you do have the agenda in front of you. Section 6.4, Section 7, Section 9.8, 9.11, 10.6, 14.1, 14.2, with respect to a rewording of sections E and F and combining beehives. We set no fee for that, the beehives as per council direction. 14.7C, we removed former sub I regarding the beehive fencing requirements per Councillor Worzynowski. Section 14.7C, we have a new sub 3 for the shortened distances between hives down to 1/3 of a meter, the closest metric conversion of 1 foot. We can alter that if that's required further. Some of the grammar was reworded. I will touch on the fact that there are still some grammar issues and spelling issues in the bylaw, but our procedural bylaw does allow us to make those corrections. They don't substantively impact the bylaw if it's passed today. 16.1E has been reworded. Deficiency was identified in our review stage. Provisions added to allow for the immediate protection of public safety if required. This is if we get one of those critical incident Cujo situations. We have a dog running around that is biting multiple people. Full disclosure, the immediate destruction of an animal in that situation will occur anyways. The RCMP are likely to destroy the animal responding to a situation like that. This is just to codify it in the bylaw so that we cover off our liabilities. Same thing in 16.1G, that's new, deficiency identified in the review stage. This is again to cover off the RCMP in the event that there is the immediate destruction of an animal required because it turns on an officer, say it's a domestic violence call where they're taking somebody into custody and their dog just loses their mind, attacks the officer. Realistically, the constable is probably going to destroy the dog immediately for his own protection. It also might cover off a situation where we're conducting animal control, dog turns on us. I can't guarantee the safety of the dog in that instance. Section 16.3 added city not liable for an animal's death during capture or impound. This is to cover off situations where the animal fights us so hard that it can injure itself to the point of death or strangles itself. That has happened in the past in some of my animal control operations, specifically with the larger, more aggressive breed dogs. They don't like being captured. Section 16.5, impoundment period set to 7 calendar days to clear up ambiguity regarding holidays, long weekends, stuff like that. Actually, will generally extend the period of time that we will hold the dog for the most part. Also, to address the concerns of Councillor Schindler, may be held for a longer period of time if necessary or deemed to be in the public interest for rare breed dogs, things that you don't want to necessarily destroy or that are particularly expensive, or there's other considerations that we need to take into account. I know that 16.6 was initially very contentious with respect to holding an animal and making sure that destroying an animal is not an upfront possibility. It's been reworked with adding 16.6 sub C, contingency provisions to house an animal, so that we are going to be forced to go and actually look for something, somewhere to put the animal to address the concerns from, again, Councillor Schindler and Councillor Sandbo. And 16.6D has been reworded to effectively require all of those prior steps to have been carried out in order to actually utilize 16.6 sub D. You don't just get to jump the gun anymore. You have to go through the process. So that should be everything with respect to the council requested updates and revisions, unless there is anything further for debate. To you for questions, council.
Great, thank you. Council, does anybody have, we're not going to go page by page this time, because again, I think that everything was covered with regards to the concerns that we had brought forward at the GAP meeting. But are there any comments or questions with regards to the bylaw? Okay, so can I have the motion to give bylaw 025-24 second reading, Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that council give second reading to bylaw number 025-24, being the animal control bylaw.
Comments, questions from council? Deputy Mayor Schindler?
I just had a quick question about, through the chair to our presenter, section 7.2. It says, notwithstanding anything else to the contrary in this bylaw, a person who obtains an emotional support animal permit may own or keep an emotional support animal, even if the emotional support animal is a prohibited animal. Now, to me, that reads prohibited animal in our bylaws. So the rat, the pigeon, and wildlife. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Do we need that? That last bit in there? Could we just stop at emotional support animal?
I guess that's to cover off the odd situation out where there is a prohibited animal where the person has demonstrated to the satisfaction of the CAO that they are capable of keeping that animal, and where we want to allow for that. That's to give him the discretion to go that direction if he so chooses. However, this bylaw also requires the imposition of conditions by the CAO. So anything that we identify as a deficiency whereby we have a prohibited animal and we need it contained in a certain way, we could outline based off of research in that permit.
With that said, the two animals that we cannot have are rats and wildlife.
Wildlife.
So this would really only apply to pigeons.
Presently, yes. This bylaw was done with a certain amount of future planning in mind, given that we're a growing city. So it's entirely possible that that schedule is amended with any number of animals that we don't deem appropriate within the city limits.
Okay.
So as that list grows, and maybe there's some question as to whether or not a certain type of prohibited animal is becomes an emotional support animal, it gives the CAO the discretion to allow for that in a certain set of circumstances with a certain set of conditions imposed upon that emotional support animal.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other comments, questions, or call for the vote? Okay, I'll call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. So with that, I'm going to propose that we move to third and final reading. Councillor Grant, do you want to make that motion?
With pleasure, Mayor. I move that council give third and final reading to bylaw 025-24, being the animal control bylaw.
Comments, questions from council? I'm excited to have this one done. Wait, I don't want to presuppose a vote. I'm gonna call for the vote. Okay, now I'm excited as that's carried unanimously that project is done. You know, we can all think that something is done, and then somebody puts a puck in their own net with 0.4 seconds left. But it's different situation. So
They made up for it.
moving to item now 9.3, which I believe.
job, guys.
Thank you.
Nice work, Blair.
So moving to our 9.3, which is our operations budget presentation. Can you just, Mike? Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I am Sandy Johal-Watt, CPA Director of Corporate Services. I am here to present the City of Chestermere Final Budget 2025 with the support of our CAO, Kent Edney. And I've got our Controller and Ty here too to support as necessary. So I'm just going to dive right in and share with Council the very robust process of putting together the final budget 2025, again for the City of Chestermere. And I just wanted to verbalize and acknowledge that residents are feeling the financial pressures and administration and council understand this, and that this budget is about delivering essential services while being financially responsible. So that is a through line throughout this process. So you'll see me connecting the dots and including that narrative as we move along. So I won't read out every single slide. I will just vocalize the high levels because I know that council has already seen the majority of this presentation in various versions. So the first slide is our agenda. So these are the items that we will be covering in this presentation. So here's what we'll walk through today. A look at what's changed since the interim budget, what's driving tax increases, and how this budget keeps our priorities focused while projecting long-term affordability. Highlights. Taxes collected has increased due to a variety of factors, including education taxes, property assessment increases, and lastly, new growth. And I've detailed here the budget has also increased due to the following. Very important to note, a catch up with inflation, the high level of municipal services, including parks, beaches, maintenance of roads, and the execution of major development projects such as Beacon and Edgewater. Highlights continued. The value for service in this budget also includes roads, school sites, which was very important to mayor and council, rec center or centers, and an increase in protective services, including fire, police, and CPOs. And lastly, community service program support, such as the Gifts of Kindness. So I'm just going to cover off a few numeric details here. The 2025 interim operating budget was approved by council for the amount of 55.557 million. This budget had a few key assumptions that are detailed here, but the biggest one to note is no increase in municipal tax rate. There is no withdrawal from restricted surplus reserve accounts, which has been previously done and approved by previous councils, and increased assessment on existing properties of 12%, assessment base growth of 10%, and does not include a non-cash transaction, which is a draw from equity for $8.625 million in amortization. The 2025 final operating budget for council approval is $61.5 million. Again, the key outcomes mirroring that covered in the interim budget: no increase in the municipal tax rate, phased in municipal tax rate for the annexed acreage properties proposed. Again, no withdrawal from the restricted surplus accounts, increased assessment on properties of 14%, assessment base growth of 11%, and again, the no change in amortization of $8.6 million, which is a non-cash item. So just some key 2025 final operating budget adjustments from interim budget. I just want to drill down on the fact that the education taxes are the requisition sent by the province. So we have no control. The city of Chestermere does not control that requisition. Requisitions increased 4.181 million due to education taxes paid, and this is collected on behalf of the province.
Sandy?
Yes.
If I can just jump into for some clarity. I think it seemed like a big jump between interim and final budget of almost just under $6 million. Most of that was driven by this education tax increase. So it looks like our budget went up quite a bit, but really in reality, most of that was driven by the province and by them collecting the municipal or the education tax, which of course is something we don't have any control over, but it's something that we have to collect on their behalf and unfortunately pass through to the residents. So it looks like a big jump there. We'll get into a lot more detail of what each of those little things mean, but really that drive between interim and now is that change in the approach by the province. So.
Great. Thank you for that clarity.
So just to focus really high level on revenues, property tax increased 1.48 million based on assessment and growth. User fees and charges decreased by 577,000 due to a reduction in permits and licenses, as we're seeing based on first quarter trends of 2025, that we're not getting the building permits that we have forecasted in the past.
And while Sandy takes a break, I'll just jump in with some more color on that too. I think the user fees and charges, just to be specific, is really around development permits and building permits. So we're seeing a drop right now out in industry in the number of development permits that are coming, but then subsequently the building permits. So we're actually seeing the development permits, which is a precursor for building permits, dropping at a faster rate year over year than the building permits are. So at some point we expect the building permits to catch up. There's a number of factors playing into that, but something that's new between any discussions we've had, of course, we've talked about what's going on down south with the tariffs. The other thing that's starting to play in this is the Alberta separation movement. It's starting to gain some steam if you're watching municipally, but if you pay attention in the business world, nothing is worse for business investment than uncertainty. And we've got two levels of uncertainty hitting us here right now. So we'll get into it, and Sandy will talk a little bit more later on about the changes from 2024 to 2025. We just expected an interim budget for the continued pace of growth to continue at the rate it was, and we're not necessarily seeing that anymore. So that's that biggest change in the drop in revenue on those building permit side of things.
So to continue on with changes from final operating between interim budget, under the expenses category, personnel has increased by 71,453 due to cost of living adjustments and one additional position, and an increase in business and training expenses of 190,200 due to inflation and growth. And lastly, the biggest increase in the expenses category between interim and final budget is under contracted services due to engineering and planning projects such as Edgewater and Beacon coming on.
And Sandy, if I may just jump in again to add a little bit more color here. So you see a large increase of $705,000, and we're talking about that being to support we need internally to move forward, like the Beacon Data Center project and some of the new developments. It's not reflected in this because we've only got the high level number, but that user fees and charges actually includes a corresponding revenue item in it there to offset the expense. So while we have to incur more expense to process and move, for example, Beacon along, we're also anticipating significant revenue coming in from them, from the permit side, to essentially offset that expense. So the decrease we're actually seeing in the other categories with the building permits is closer to 900,000. But then we have that addition of their revenue, which is making it, that 577. So unfortunately, not a good way to capture that in that level of minutia on these details. And, a common thing that you're going to hear and see as we talk through the budget is this inflation and growth idea. So we all know, inflation's hitting all of us regularly day to day. The city's subject to those same costs for everything we procure. But when we say growth, a good example is we saw in the assessment presentation last week, I think the number was 2,017 new assessment roles this year. Each one of those, has postage and just things associated with dealing with those now 2,000 new accounts. Also in our budget, of course, we are doing the utility at the same time, right? And we're charging it back to the utility. So with all 2,000 roles, we get another 1,500 utility accounts that again have bills and processing and mail out. So again, it's hard to capture that level of detail on a slide, but when we say growth, that's generally what we're meaning. Our city's growing so fast, we're just spending more to keep up with new people and new accounts on a lot of these things.
And lastly, I'm going to state this, I think, multiple times throughout this presentation. The education taxes, again, are set by the province. This is the single biggest factor in impacting residents' tax bill because, again, it is an increase of $4.1 million that we collect on behalf of the province. So this is a table of the final operating budget and forecast. So council should have a handout just so that they don't have to squint so much seeing the slide. I just want to touch on a couple of things high level on this table. Total taxes collected are rising, but again, this is due to property assessments and education requisitions. So for the ease of the public who's going to reference this table and for council, I've pulled out the education tax requisition and put it at the bottom so that it shows a clear in and out and you can compare apples to apples in this table. So with revenues, you'll see a couple of numbers coming up again from previous slides. We've got an increase of 1.48 million in property taxes due to assessment growth of 14% versus 10% and community growth of 11% versus 8%. Acreage's mill rates is proposing to be reduced to 2.71%. So just for an overall total revenue increase of 1.792%. Whereas in expenses, we have just a high level couple of items here to mention. We've got business and training expenses, an increase of 190,000 due to, again, inflation and growth. And contracted services, which is increase to work required for new developments, Beacon Edgewater, as CEO Kent has mentioned, and internal transfer to charity programs and an increase to the legal budget. And lastly, we've got debt repayment based on the debt repayment schedule. I just wanted to bring that to council's attention that every year as we make our payments, our debt repayment is reduced because the amount owing is less as we move through the terms of the agreement. So this table is, again, the same information, just final operating budget by department. So this should illustrate that each department continues to manage its costs very tightly and very responsibly. The rise in personnel costs reflects unionized staffing and inflation with no service expansions. The most significant spending increase is tied to specific strategic projects, again, just vocalizing Beacon and Edgewater and the importance of those two projects that are coming down the pipe. Quite a bit here to discuss for 2025 final operating budget revenue. So I've just drilled down in regards to the revenue items mentioned on the table in previous slides. So the total taxes collected is 44,003,850. So I just wanted to break that out for council and the public. The municipal portion is 26.83 million, which is again an increase of 1.48 million from the interim budget. The education tax for the province is 17.551 million, and this is based on a 0% increase to the tax rate. We have increased assessment on existing properties of 14% and assessment-based growth of 11% versus 8% as previously stated, and a phased-in mill rate proposal for annexed acreages of 2.71%. And I just wanted to share with council the revenue from other sources, just for council's information, is items such as government operating grants, investment revenues, user fees and charges, and external donations to internal programs such as gifts of kindness donations. (2025) assessment commentary. I just wanted to go into a little bit of narrative in regards to what does assessment mean for residents. So assessment is simply a distribution mechanism. Your assessment indicates the estimated value of your property, whereas market value is the amount that a property might be expected to realize if sold on an open market to a willing seller to a willing buyer. In all cases, your property assessment reflects the amount it is likely would have sold for on July 1st of the prior year to taxation, commonly referred to this July 1st date as the valuation date. The City of Chestermere property assessments are conducted by Accurate Assessment Group, which is a very highly regarded group that does assessments across the province of Alberta.
If I may just jump in here too, Council. I think at it was the May 6th GAP meeting last week, If there's anybody in the public or even council that just wants a refresher, I think there was a really good discussion and a really good presentation by Bob from Accurate Assessment on just how this process works. It's not something that the city directly controls. It's very highly regulated by the MGA. There's a very, laid out and defined process of how you come to these market assessments. And I know, Bob, it may have been in our in-camera, so I may be speaking out of turn, but just provided some examples of where people called in and say, hey, I don't believe this. I think my assessment's too high. And when he showed him the data, showed that, in the same neighborhood, the same house sold for a bit more than their assessment and it had sold for a bit less. And I think people were sort of pleasantly surprised to see that that was actually the true value of a house. So it really is based off of what the market suggested you could have sold your house for on July 1st. So we all like to see it go up, because that hopefully adds to our net worth in some capacity, but then of course it has an impact on taxes, which Sandy will talk about here in a little bit later. But just wanted to refer people to that May 6th GAP meeting if there's any more questions on the assessment system.
So the basic gist of this slide is that if your home's value has increased, it means that it would likely sell for more, and that's what your taxes are based on. With that being said, we understand that this adds pressure to residents, and we're here to help residents understand their assessment and their options. So this chart breaks down the assessed values and the education taxes with property examples. So on the far left, we have a home valued at $500,000, $700,000, and $1 million. So we've broken out the 2024 education tax portion, the municipal portion for the total. And then the middle table indicates the 2025 value of home with assessment increases, and again, breaking out the education tax and the municipal portion. And I'd like to point out here the education portion increase, the change between education, municipal, and the value of the home. So the education portion increase for 2025 for a home valued at $500,000 is an annual increase of $97.12, which is $227.38 annually. For a $700,000 house, it's a $135.96 change. Per month, that's $11.33. And for a house valued at $1 million, or 1.14 million based on 2025 assessment values, $194.23 annual increase in your education tax. Where I'd like to highlight the municipal is that there's no change in your tax rate, your mill rate, but based on the assessed value increase, there will be an increase on each of these category of homes, as you can see, based on an annual, your percentage, and your monthly increase. So I just wanted to vocalize again for the public and for mayor and council. On the far left, the value of the home has increased incrementally from, let's say, we'll pick on the $1 million house, $140,000 increase in the equity of the property.
I think one thing I may just add in here too, and I think Sandy's done a good job explaining it. If you had a $500,000 house last year and you have a $500,000 house this year, you pay the exact same municipal taxes. So taxes aren't going up because tax rates are changing. They're just going up because your property is moving up in the marketplace proportionally to where the value of residential real estate is moving. So I think in that case, if you had a $500,000 house and last year and only had $500,000 this year, your only increase would be on the education tax per component.
So I just want to focus on the middle table, the 2025 education portion. So as you can see, for each value of home, the education portion is education taxes collected again on behalf of the province. The city does not keep these funds. They are forwarded to the province once they are collected. So this is...
Councilor Wojciechowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean, and thank you to our presenter, Ms. Jahalwat, for all the clarity to our residents. Just a point of more clarity to Mr. Edney and to our presenter, Ms. Jahalwat. what you're proposing here as part of the budget is a no tax rate increase. As we compare to our other municipalities, how do we look as most of the municipalities in Alberta are increasing also in their assessed values, and they have the same response from the province with their increase in educational tax?
Good question, Councillor Warzanowski. I will be covering that in the presentation coming up here shortly in the coming slides. You're welcome.
What I may add in there, because it's not necessarily captured in the slides, is as far as we're aware, we're the only municipality that isn't increasing our mill rate along with our assessment values.
So moving to the impact of 2024 and 2025 mill rate and education tax. So this is again just a different visual representation of a home valued at $350,000, $500,000, $750,000, and $1 million. So the blue is 2024 property and education taxes, and 2025 is the orange. So this slide again reinforces what we've already indicated to Mayor and Council and the public, that the education tax and the market value assessments are the primary drivers of increases. These factors are, again, beyond Council's control, but we're committed to helping residents understand the factors that drive these increases. Revenue comparisons, interim versus final budget. So I've already covered some of these bullet points: assessment growth of 14% and community growth of 11%. A reduction in user fees and charges based on first quarter trends, and fines and penalties and licenses are increased to align and reflect the CPO manpower. So I just wanted to make it very clear for the public and Mayor and Council that education taxes are not included in this slide. So as you can see, the property taxes at the bottom reflect the highest amount, which is approximately 26 million. From 2025 interim budget to 2025 final budget.
If I may, I think this may be a good opportunity. I kind of talked about it a little bit here. Just of some of the forces we're seeing externally. I think this graph is a good way to show we've got about a third of our operating budget coming from user fees and charges. So it's something that, fortunately isn't directly impacting us this year, but at some point in the future, as council starts to think about 3, 5, 10 years down the road, as those building permits and development permits, if they are to start dropping off, that third bar down will start to shrink, and something somewhere was going to have to make up for that change. So it's, again, fortunate that it's not this year, but it's something that we need to keep at top of our mind as we move, kind of into subsequent years going forward.
Revenues final budget 2024 versus 2025. An important note to share is that there is a 20% increase in property taxes, which equates to approximately 5.3 million year over year. There's a slight reduction in user fees and charges due to historical trends, $61,812. And again, an increase in fines, penalties, and licenses to reflect that additional CPO position that we will be gaining. The graph, the table here shows a visual representation of property taxes, which indicates an increase in assessments year over year. And you can see quite clearly that the 2025 blue budget line is quite a bit higher than the 2024 final budget, the orange line.
Yeah, and again, that just reflects a combination of the growth in the community. So the new rooftops, the new assessment rolls, which I think I indicated was over 2,000 last year. And then, of course, the increase to the existing bases. I talked about it a bit with the development fees and user charges. You can actually see that we're very close to being on budget of where 2024 was. At interim time, we didn't have Trump, we didn't have tariffs, we didn't have separation. So we were actually anticipating a continued growth in the rate of growth in the community, which we're now seeing slow down, but it's actually slowing down simply to 2024 levels. So while I'm talking about it slowing down, it's still going very fast right now.
So this next slide, I want to make sure that the public and mayor and council fully understand the inflationary pressures that are at bay with the City of Chestermere operations. This is a critical slide. Even with today's budget, we are delivering 2019 level services when adjusted for inflation. This shows how tightly we've managed resources while costs around us have climbed. So I just want to focus council's attention to that the city budget is subject to inflationary pressures. So as you can see, the yellow line, for those of us who aren't colorblind, the yellow line is quite high up, which shows the total residential assessment value. The 2025 tax collection accounting for inflation is equivalent to 2019 service levels, which is the middle comment. And lastly, the green line is the municipal tax collection, indicating has not kept up with the pace of inflation. So as inflation is essentially skyrocketing, our municipal tax collection values have actually been reduced.
Yeah, and I think just again to add some more flavor, I think this is one of these visual representations that's been, I think, is a good representation of some of the discussions we've had offline and some of the things we've been talking about, whether it's in the hallway or offices or in some of the in-camera sessions. But we talk a lot about how mill rates have continually reduced, but it's that challenge of, we're all subject to inflation. We're subject to it in our daily lives. We go to the gas pump, we go to the grocery store, we go to the utility bills. The city's exposed to all those same inflationary pressures, right? When we buy fuel, price goes up. We're subject to insurance rates going up. Cost of personnel. We only talk about 2 or 2.5% a year generally is in our union agreements, but you start to compound that over 5 or 6 years, that ends up being 10 or 15%. So when you take a look at where inflation just in the Calgary area, and this is just core inflation, I would suggest there's some things we purchase now that are a lot more than 20% more than they were 6 years ago. That rate of inflation since 2019 has been about 20%. And you see there's points where we were actually collecting less taxes while inflation had been 15%. So I want to say, I just kind of want to commend a little bit to administration and to working within some of those parameters and finding a way to find efficiencies to still deliver a very high level of service in those. We're still continuing on that. Really, this year's budget is just to kind of relieve some of those inflationary pressures. We're not even talking about necessarily growing our spending in these areas. It's just to get back to really that service level delivery without, again, having to pull from restricted reserves or hope for some sort of investment income windfall or some big item that then causes us to underexpend. So we could still be subject to those as the year goes on, but at least we're planning a little more, I think, prudently at this point.
I think, too, it's worth noting that with some of the changes that we saw in the city, absolutely commend administration on their continual efforts on finding efficiencies and the work that is done. And we all know that our staff do an incredible job with that. I think it's also worth noting that with the number of transitions that we saw from 21 to 2023, whether that be staff or council, there was also money that wasn't spent, right, in terms of our staffing numbers, right? We saw massive transitions. And so when you don't have a full council start until July of a year, right, that's going to then impact your budget when you have some other staffing things. And so I think one of the things that we haven't necessarily come forward with, well, we've come forward with it, but I think it is, again, worth noting that because of the changes that we saw and some, whether that be staffing changes or things like that, there was simply positions that just were not filled for an X amount of time, and that had an impact on the spending, if you will, on our city. It may look like a savings, but really it was there was work that wasn't able to be completed simply because we just didn't have the human beings to do it.
And further to that statement, Mayor, just to vocalize that there are other expenses tied to personnel expenses, such as training expenses, such as LAPP, CPP, all of the benefits and other items that are attached to personnel expenses, that saw a decrease across the board because we just simply didn't have the staff during those time periods. And I just want to, don't want to belabor this slide too much, but I just wanted to bring your attention again to the big difference between the yellow line and how it's climbing versus how the blue line is coming down quite a bit, and that is our municipal mill rate. It doesn't take an accountant to figure out this slide that there is a sizable decrease in how much taxes we're collecting versus how much a bag of goods costs us. So a nail will cost more across the board and all of the widgets versus how much we're collecting to pay in municipal revenues for those widgets. So I just wanted to bring that to the public and mayor and council's attention one last time before we move on.
Administration, do you want to talk about a little bit the danger that exists in that? Eventually, you get to a real bad spot there. I was just wondering if you just want to kind of cap that comment off.
Yeah,
Right.
I think that's a good request, Your Worship. So yeah, through yourself to council. I mean, I liken it to your personal situation. It's nice that you got credit cards that you can put money on when you're not bringing in enough revenue to match your expenses. But eventually those credit cards are going to max out, and eventually you're going to be in a spot where your lifestyle is not sustainable. And really that's where the city was going. We made some progress last year in kind of coming back up to it, but the farther, if you looked at this chart, if you kept the trend going and that spread between, so Miss Joel Watt's comment was to me, the colorblind guy. I believe it's an orange line and a green line because that's what I've been told, but I may be wrong. That spread in the orange and the green line is the unsustainability that I've talked a lot about, especially back at interim budget. You keep diverting, there eventually becomes a point where something has to break. And as Miss Joel Hall Watt mentioned, there were a few things that got lucky, I'll call it. So we had a lot of turnover. So when people leave, you don't have to pay them. But that's not also good when they leave and you don't have to pay them, because now some of that work isn't getting done. Things aren't progressing the way they should. We were taking some money out of some restricted surplus accounts. Again, that was just the process before. But again, those surplus accounts do have a use for them down the road. And a lot of those are those projects we're talking about. Rec centers, roads, and infrastructure that those need to be paid for. We haven't even touched on franchise fees and things like that we need to find a way to get back into those savings accounts per se, right? We do need to start budgeting for that sort of rainy day fund where we know infrastructure is going to come apart. So again, this, I think, graph captures that really good in showing that if that divergence kept going, eventually there's going to be a point where something would have had to break. And this is kind of that year. We're just asking to get that back really on track to stop doing some of those things that were going to harm us financially in the long term.
Thank you.
And just to further CAO Kent's statement, it's going to take some time to correct this offsetting relationship between the municipal mill rate in addition to the relationship between inflation. The decisions that this council makes today will also be reflected in decisions that this council makes tomorrow and the next year and the next year, because it's going to take us some time to correct this relationship and bring it back to balance. But as you can see, based on this chart, it's not in balance and it's unsustainable. Moving on to expense comparisons, final versus interim budget. So as we've discussed, there was a slight personnel increase of $71,000 due to cost of living adjustments. The complementary business and training increase of $190,200 due to inflation and growth. And again, an increase in contracted services. So I just want to bring council's attention to the chart where you can see the blue line is final budget and orange is interim budget. And the relationship between personnel expense, which is our single biggest expense in the operating budget, you don't see that much of a material increase between the two. However, it is important to note that no increases are tied to new programs or service expansion. Expense comparisons 2025 final to 2024 final budget. Personnel increase due to a variety of factors, and we want to be very transparent with council what is driving the change in personnel, because again, it's our single biggest bucket of expense. So between 2024 final budget last year to 2025 final budget today, there is a $2.4 million personnel increase due to 10 new positions in protective services. There were 8 in fire and 2 in, there was the fire marshal and then an additional CPO position, and then an additional 3 across various city departments. There was a cost of living adjustment factored into these budgets. And lastly, something that's noteworthy is there was 2 union contracts impacting the personnel budget. There was an increase in contracted and general services of 1.3 million due to planning and development projects. And lastly, there was an increase due to inflationary needs across city departments in supplies and materials, because as staff are conducting their work, their supplies and materials are running out faster. And again, those widgets cost more to replace based on usage.
If I may jump in while we're still on this slide, just to add a little bit of color to that personnel and contracted and general services. So I think Sandy hit it pretty clear. In that protective services, we had a new CPO and as well as a new fire inspector and fire marshal. The other 8 that are sitting in the budget are actually on the ground, boots on the ground firefighters. And we talked a lot about this at interim budget, but 4 firefighters equals 1 firefighter. So we're not seeing 4 new firefighters on every shift. We have 4 24-hour shifts that rotate. So we need 4 people to actually add 1 more firefighter on the ground. And I know this is something that's passionate with council, and you're seeing this. The fire department was outside of my house yesterday, and their shift started, no, not yesterday, on, I guess that would have been Sunday. Their shift started at 7 a.m. and I think I was their 5th call at that point already. It wasn't for me, but for someone on our street. They're extremely busy, and when you take into account, people that end up sick or we don't have a lack of coverage, this is really just to try to meet those minimum standard of staffing that we're looking to have in the city. It's also another one of those things where, not to forecast, but I do believe everybody would agree we need some form of a second fire hall. Again, as we start to staff these levels up here, we're not going to need a whole new complement for that second fire hall. They'll just move over and have somewhere else to deploy from that becomes a shorter response time to other areas. So this is, again, just, I think council and administrations look at what are the important services in our community and how are we addressing those properly. The other issue, just to talk about, when we talk about union contracts, we did have a bunch that had been outstanding for a long time that finally got ratified, under myself and my predecessor. So those, again, had a big cumulative catch-up impact that now we won't see those type of jumps as we move forward. The other thing I just want to add a little color to the contracted services due to planning and development projects. So one thing we are cognizant of, one thing we try to balance as a leadership team too, is when is there sustained long-term work for a human? Let's hire that human as an employee and bring them in, because that's always going to be cheaper. But if this is just sort of a short-term, one-time project that isn't going to have that sustainability, that's when we'd then bring in this contracted personnel. So you're seeing a jump there because we have a lot of that with our growth projects this year. And part of that too is going to be, as we look for, again, permanent employees to fill those roles, we'll start to see a drop in the contracted services. So again, with the previous couple years, we've had some challenge attracting permanent employees as we came out of the troubled times, I think is what we were referring to them as. So as we start to build that momentum and that reputation, we should start to see that contracted services back off and the personnel move up, but it's always nice it's not in the same proportion. So we should see some savings as we move forward here.
This slide covers education taxes. Again, I just want to go through this slide line by line just so that the public understands the importance, because they're going to see this 30% increase on their tax bill. We do not set this tax. It is mandated by the province, and we're required based on the MGA to collect it and pass it on. It has increased by 29% this year, which has a significant impact for each of us, myself included. Education taxes fund the kindergarten to grade 12 education system. And as per the MGA, the city is required to include the education amounts on your property tax bills on behalf of the province. There was an increase in requisition due to the rate frozen by the province in 2024-2025. And as of 2025 rates, there is a 29% increase in the total requisition year over year, from 13.37 million to 17.5 million. Based on preliminary mill rates, the impact on an average $500,000 home is approximately 10%, which equates to $97.12 annually or $8.09 monthly. So I've included here a sample of a tax bill. So as you can see, when you do open it, there will be two different sections here. So I'll just bring your attention to the yellow, which is the Alberta Public School Fund. The tax rate is 0.00213. So the tax amount collected on this $700,000 property is $1,492. And as you go down through the bill, there is the municipal portion. So you can see that the tax rate, the mill rate, there is no change year over year in the mill rate. So it remains at 3.248244 for a tax amount of $2,273 for a total current taxes payable for resulting in $3,766.52. So we have on the left-hand side of this bill some heavy disclaimers that the education taxes are collected on behalf of the provincial government in some fine print on the left-hand side. And just the notice of assessment date was January 10th, 2025.
And so really this just hits home again. When you see your tax bill, we get about 2/3 of it. And the other third goes to the province for education taxes. So we're not even able to spend all that money that we collect on our properties on that infrastructure and that critical services that we need in the city here.
So I believe this slide answers Councillor Warzanowski's question, and I just want to circle back and make sure that we've answered your question, Councillor. Education property taxes comparison among cities. So Chestermere, based on this chart, had the largest percentage increase among all similar cities. So I've included here City of Lloydminster, City of Lacombe, City of Beaumont. I've also included the town of Strathmore, the town of Okotoks, and the City of Airdrie. Excuse me, just because they are our neighboring municipalities. But as you can see here, the City of St. Albert had a sizable increase as well. But the significant increase here was the City of Airdrie. However, based on assessed values, dollar for dollar, the City of Chestermere, even though the orange and the blue graph aren't visually higher than the City of Airdrie, we did experience a 29% increase in our requisition. We can understand that there will be frustration among residents, and we have taken this issue to the province for further discussion. We're showing this to you so that you understand where your money is going and how it's collected on your tax bill. Education property taxes, City of Chestermere. So again, the City of Chestermere is facing a steady increase in education taxes to reflect the assessed values. So this slide is specifically the City of Chestermere. Education taxes year over year. So in 2021 to 2022, there was a 4% increase, further 7%, and then a big jump in 2024 to 20%, and then another jump to 29% because the rates are no longer frozen by the provincial government. So we're collecting 17.51 million instead of the 13.37 million, resulting in a 29% increase. This slide shows final tax rate. So I just want to be clear what the final tax rate means. That is the combination of the mill rate and the education rate combined, just to show you the same data, but just in a different way. The education rate, again, is determined by the province, whereas this council sets the mill rate for the city of Chestermere. So as you can see, based on the 2025 bar, the education tax rate is 2.33%, which was, I'm just going to go back to the bill here. You can see the tax rate beside the yellow. It aligns with the 2.132501 indicated on your bill. And then the municipal mill rate is 3.25 rounded up from the 3.248244. The last mill rate change, I just want to bring this to your attention. The last mill rate change adjustment was in 2023. The city of Chestermere has experienced a steady decline in mill rate since 2018. So just to say that again in a different way, the residents of Chestermere have not experienced an increase in their mill rate from 2018. However, they may have experienced an increase in assessment, which equates to an increase in your property tax bill.
And just to add that clarity, I made the comment earlier, but I'll repeat it again. From what we know, we're the only municipality that isn't also raising our mill rate along with increasing assessments and education taxes. There may be one or two that we're not aware of, but again, in our competitor cities, if you want to call it that, our comparables, we're the only one not raising our mill rate.
This slide indicates the surrounding areas' final tax rates, which again includes the municipal mill rate and the education rate. So this is based on 2024 mill rates and education taxes. So I just want to again share some information with council. The municipal affairs site has very detailed information in regards to the tax rate bylaws. So as our neighbors and ourselves pass the tax rate bylaws, they get posted on the municipal affairs website. So I've been watching very carefully to see what our neighbors are doing. And just to echo CEO Kent's statement, I didn't see anyone posting their approved tax rate bylaw with a decrease or holding steady with their mill rate. So this slide shows, again, comparisons versus the city of Chestermere. And I just want to point out that the city of Chestermere has the lowest among surrounding areas aside from Canmore.
I think it's also worth noting too that some other municipalities are feeling the pinch in a different way in that they had approved their final budget for 2025 back in December. This was before the provincial announcement in February. And so then they found out about the increase in the education tax as well. I also think it's worth noting that I want to just acknowledge that Minister MacGyver, then Minister MacGyver, and first of all, congratulations to Minister MacGyver on his new position today as being appointed to Speaker of the House. But then Minister MacGyver released a letter that we had posted on our social media outlining changes as well that were done. And so I just want to acknowledge that while we're talking about this, the province has also acknowledged this. They've also acknowledged that they did do this. And from the provincial perspective, because one of the things is, as we're acknowledging this, it's not about a combative piece. It's just presenting what the facts are with this. And what the province has said is that they target that 33% of their education, of how they pay for education, comes from the property taxes. And I believe that they were at 28, and this increase brings them to 31, with the hope to be at 33 for next year. And so that's why the increase came, is that they had fallen below that 33%, and we've seen the provincial budget has been released and come out with that deficit that the province is running. But just for some points of clarity on how that works, they're targeting to get back to 33% of their revenue coming in to pay for education comes from that, and that's where that increase came from.
Yes, and I just want to point out what this slide and what this graph is actually indicating is that the reality is that Chestermere is still very affordable in the region, probably the most affordable in the region, if I can make that bold statement, even after all of the adjustments that we have made based on what the data is showing us. And I've been working through the data. Aside from the town of Canmore, Chestermere has the lowest mill rate amongst its neighbors. Final 2025 operating budget comments. Property tax revenues are shown separately versus the education requisition from the province. The user fees and charges include utility contract chargebacks for services rendered. So our finance department works diligently to ensure that we charge back the utility for any work that city staff are doing on behalf of the utility. Therefore, various city departments are credited for services relating to the utility as per the service contract. And other revenues include contributions, gifts and donations such as gifts of kindness.
If I can just add one important thing in there too, and we should have touched on this earlier, but we didn't, and you'll see this next year. In our operating budget is also some of the costs for the utility. It ends up being a net in and out because we do bill the utility for some of our people, but in that personnel expense, there's a number of those people that are working actively on the utility company and managing it and looking after its day-to-day operations. So should have specified that earlier, but just for clarity, that is also captured in our budget.
Services funded by, the operating budget. Property taxes are the primary funding source for municipalities, as we know. Some of the items that property taxes fund are garbage collection, water and sewer services, road construction and maintenance, such as snow plowing and gravel clearing, parks and police and fire protection. And this is really important to share with the public. What do residents receive for their tax collections? They are receiving roads, school sites, possible rec centers, one or two, and again, an increase in protective services such as fire, police, and CPO. So we've shared in previous slides that we have boots on the ground when it comes to fire just to maintain the minimum standard. We've invested in additional CPO position, which has a correlation to the amount of fine revenue we collect to keep the city safe and implement and enforce our bylaws and policies. And here council has prioritized safety, infrastructure, and recreation, the services that residents value most. I just want to spend a moment or two here talking about annexation. In 2008, the town of Chestermere annexed select Rocky View County properties. The impacted properties within Chestermere were governed by an annexation agreement between the city of Chestermere and Rocky View County. Per the agreement, these properties were applied the Rocky View County mill rate of 2.1645 for a period of 15 years. Effective 2024, per bylaw 02124, the city of Chestermere mill rate became applicable to these annexed properties, which was an increase of 1.083. What administration is proposing is a phased-in rate from 3.25% to 2.71% for a period of 5 years for annexed properties. This year marks the end of a 15-year agreement with Rocky View County on annexed lands. We're proposing a phased-in rate to support a fair transaction for the residents as full city services are rolled out. We're proposing to meet these residents halfway, so they won't immediately jump to the full city rate. Instead, we'll phase this in over 5 years to balance fairness and service delivery. The impact of, annexation. Rocky View County mill rate of 2.1645 for a period of 15 years versus the city of Chestermere rate of 3.25. Again, an increase of 1.09. So you can see clearly that the annex properties, there is a substantial visual difference between the Rocky View mill rate and the City of Chestermere mill rate. So what administration is recommending is a phased-in mill rate of 2.71%. Again, while we're working out the municipal services portion being implemented. The rate is going to be adjusted incrementally over a 5-year period to align with the city mill rate.
If I can just jump in and add some color for council of where this is coming from is, so yes, there was a 15-year period where the acreage residents, should have had some time to adapt. Not to speak poorly, but you've seen them in here quite a bit. They've felt frustrated in that they haven't had access to the same municipal services that the rest of our residents have. And that 15-year period was really supposed to provide them the time and the means to be able to do that. They've encountered, a longer discussion outside of this room. They've encountered a lot of roadblocks to being able to get to that point where can be able to access the municipal services. Some of that's on the planning side, with being able to actually develop their properties. I think if the three gentlemen who usually come here were in today, they would comment we've, substantially increased that. They're now moving their projects along, whereas they weren't before. And the other thing is we're providing garbage and recycling collection and stuff. That's recently just started. Again, those municipal services, then their frustration is their taxes have gone up 50% because of the size of the land and the value of those homes. There are a lot of more expensive homes, and some of those impacts are, well over $1,000 a year of a change just because of that mill rate. So this was kind of our approach, suggestion to council of, you've heard a lot from them about this issue. Let's meet them halfway. Let's start to give them some services. And then over 5 years, hopefully with the processes we've implemented internally, they can start to see those benefits of being a part of the city of Chestermere versus Rocky View County. So that's really where this is being driven from. And 5 years from now, they should have access to many of the same services that our residents do. So.
Great. Thank you for that clarification.
Council, I've just asked Josh to bring up a map that Finance and GIS diligently worked on based on my last minute request. They went through roll by roll with the annex properties so that I could provide council and the public a visual representation of what the annex lands look like. So Josh is just going to bring that up for your review.
Sorry, it's just loading real quick.
Excuse me. So the purple areas are the annex properties. And again, the utmost due diligence was undertaken to ensure that each roll number was looked after to ensure a visual representation, a fair representation of what the annex properties look like. So thank you very much to Aman, Anne, and Tammy for putting this together. So I just wanted council and the public to see which lands are impacted in regards to this proposed phased-in mill rate. Thank you, Josh.
If I may just add some color too, if you looked at that map, you saw some places where there were purple and there were green. So one of the issues in this is we cannot, under the MGA, have an annexed non-residential category. MGA doesn't allow for that. So if council were to proceed with this, we can only have an annexed residential category. And that's why some of those nuances are noticed in that area.
Thank you, Josh. Stay with me, council. We're almost done. So just to conclude, just wanted to frame this up for residents and council. Let's end with some core truths. We did not raise your municipal tax rate. We did not dip into reserves. We're investing in the services that residents rely on. Yes, taxes are going up. We want to be very transparent with the public in regards to that, but not because of the city. This is due to the education requisition that's collected on behalf of the province and the assessed value increase amongst properties throughout the city of Chestermere. This is a responsible, balanced budget and one that reflects council's commitment to residents. Taxes collected have increased due to the education tax portion, assessment increases, and lastly, new growth. The budget itself has increased due to catching up with inflation, the high level of municipal services provided, including parks, beaches, and snow clearing. And lastly, what do residents receive as a result? They receive roads, school sites, rec centers, and increase in protective services, which includes fire, police, and CPO. So now I can open the floor up for council and mayor for any questions that you may have.
Great, thank you. Looking to council, any comments or questions with regards to the presentation before we, I believe the next step then would be calling for a vote to approve the final budget. Is that correct?
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. So I believe in camera there were some discussions on a line item in the budget and potentially how to reallocate some of that line item. So I think it would be a good time for council to talk about that and then include those changes in the motion to accept the budget.
Okay, thank you. So just before doing that, are there any comments or questions with regards to the budget from council? Okay. Mr. Edney.
So if I may add, not just some complexity, but I know we had talked in camera and we've got a motion to reflect that discussion in camera of how to allocate those funds. I just want to clarify, I guess, with council, the first motion to not go forward with the pilot. We are coming with the workshop, so we did have a little bit of money allocated for transit. You'd like to keep that in there so that we have some flexibility to work on that second motion. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think we should absolutely leave that money in there.
Perfect. So then we don't need anything different than I think what Josh already has.
Okay. So can we bring up the motion, please? No. Did you give him the updated motion? With that, can we just take a quick 5-minute recess? We'll come back at 5:45. Good afternoon, everyone. Just coming back from that short recess there. So I believe we have right before we make the motion here, I believe Ms. Johal Watt has something she wanted to add.
Yes, please, Mayor and Council. I failed to mention and give kudos where they're deserved in regards to this very rigorous and transparent budgetary process. I wanted to thank CAO Kent for his continued support in ensuring that this budget process was a team effort amongst all of the directors and managers and staff across the organization. So I traumatized them multiple times with multiple deadlines, and they all came through and ensured that I had very detailed, fair numbers to represent to the residents of Chestermere and to Mayor and Council. And I also wanted to thank Dave McReynolds with Transitional Solutions. He really supported me in this budget process to ensure that the budget was simplistic and, again, maintaining very detailed numbers, and Ty, our controller. But I just wanted to make sure that the kudos were given to where they were deserving, and reassure the residents of Chestermere that this is a very fair and transparent budget with a 0% increase to the mill rate, and assuring the public that we will provide exemplary services and value for dollar, even though we're facing all of these uphill battles. So thank you very much for this opportunity.
Great. Thank you for that. Councillor Warzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Through yourself and through administration to you, Ms. Johal Watt, your presentation was excellent. I know that me, especially one of the councillors up here, is always challenging how we spend our money. And I know that can put large pressure, because that is a huge pressure from our residents onto administration, and especially in your department. So the presentation was, while it was long and it's been a long day, it was simple. It was very easy to understand, and that's exactly what our residents are looking for. So thank you for preparing it in that fashion. Communication is really important, and we look forward to the motions forthcoming. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Okay. With that, can I have the motion on the screen, please? Okay. Thank you. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the Council approved the 2025 final budget as presented with the following amendments. Remove 863,327 from transfer to the corporate services stabilization restricted surplus account, add 100,000 to the personal expenses, add 163,327 to contractor service, and add 600,000 to the recreational restricted surplus account.
Thank you. Just a point of clarity. I didn't think that it was contracted. I thought that it was for committee.
It is, but the budget category where that number will show up will be under the contracted services.
Thank you for that. Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Yeah, it's for committee work, but it falls as it rolls up under that.
Thank you. So I would say that getting to this motion is what took up some ample time today of our discussions, even through our workshops. And so I think I would be remiss to, I always call for comments, questions, but especially with regards to this particular motion, to council, any comments or any comments that you have with regards to this motion. Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor, for the opportunity to speak about this. Being so fiscally conservative, I did struggle with balancing these inflationary pressures that we're having on the city with providing services and value to our community. And while no one wants to see a price increase or a cost increase or inflation on their bill at the end of the day, I think this council has shown that we are pragmatic with their money, and that the money that we are using is going to things that will bring value to their lives and value to their families' lives. So while I did struggle, as I said, to agree to this final budget. I do like how, and I do appreciate how council agreed to itemize these costs to make sure that they are going to hit people where it matters most. So I would like to thank administration and my fellow councilors for going through this exercise with us and making sure that at the end of the day, the residents are getting what they deserve from us. So.
Yes, thank you. Any other comments with regards to this particular motion? Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. Because we have talked about this a lot in camera, I just wanted to reiterate some of my comments. And broadly, I'm incredibly impressed with this council because of the level of pragmatism and empathy that everybody came to the table with. To be totally frank, it makes my skin crawl to think about how we were managing our finances in previous years. It was not fiscally responsible. And I talk about the Ponzi scheme of needing each new additional resident to come into the city to pay for the one before them. So I think that this is very pragmatic. I like this suggestion here of putting these funds to a specific use so that it's clear and transparent. And just well done to administration for working on this and presenting something that I think makes a lot of sense.
Great, thank you. Any other comments from Councillor Randhawa?
Thank you, Your Worship. I really appreciate for our CAO Kent Adney and the Sandy Jolwart and Anthai for these. It's really clear budget with the zero increase on the property tax, and which is I really appreciate. That one is from day one when we start talking about a budget, we were talking hours and hours not to increase the property tax and stuff, and you did it, and especially with my fellow councillor and Mayor Dean as well, and thank you for all the work we together did it as a council. And this is the big taxpayer money where we are actually have to take care about proper, and especially these buckets where the money is going is very clear to the public, and the presentation is very easy to understand to the residents. I really appreciate for that, and every individual who work behind the scene for the budget, thank you for that, and kudos to them. Thank you.
Great. Last call for any comments, questions? Thank you. I guess I really wish I would have written something down. I'm going to just go shoot from the hip here. One of the things that I appreciate about municipal politics, probably the thing that I appreciate about it the most, and the reason I ran in 2021 and again in 2024, is what I appreciate the most about this job is that you have the opportunity to have an impact on people's day-to-day life. And I think municipal politics offers that opportunity more than every other level of government. We really impact. We hear from people every day. If there's a pothole, we hear about it. If there's, right, like it is the level of government where you impact people's life on a day-to-day basis. And that's certainly, I don't say that in any way, shape, or form to take away from the work of our provincial or federal partners, but rather just to highlight the fact of that is something that I love. And I think that this decision here that we're looking at making is, as someone who's also fiscally conservative, it's about how do you take the money that you have to have the most material, meaningful impact on somebody's life. How do you responsibly do that so that you can make a material difference? And I think that these three areas where we're dedicating some money, we've been talking a long time about the need for increased recreation within our community, and I think that this council is sending a very, very loud message to residents that we support recreation in our community, and this started almost from day one from this council. This council is the council that took the opportunity to get what needed to be done to purchase the lands for the new high school and for the new recreation center. We have continued, we put it on our, we have put it as a standing item for our GAP meetings that we're talking about school sites, that we're talking about recreation. And I think we are sending a very, very loud, clear message that this is, we know that it's important to residents. And so I think that what we have demonstrated with our budget is that we have listened to the needs of the concerns, and at the same time, we certainly empathize. All of us up here are also residents of this community, and the decisions that we make also impact our lives and impact what we do. And the majority of the people that were involved in putting together this budget are also residents of this community. It's going to impact them, and so I am proud of this budget, and I am also I certainly want empathize with the pressures that we inherited a number of challenges, including challenges that were made from decisions from the provincial budget as well, and I think that we've been able to address those. So, with that, call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. I believe we have two final presentations because we're going to table the rest. I don't believe we can table the next two, though, can we? No. Okay. So. We'll move to item 9.4. Who's presenting this?
Would be me.
So for clarity, this is this next presentation, because council has decided to split out a residential mill rate for the annexed acreage properties under the MGA. In order to do that, we have to create a residential subclass for the annexed acreages. So this first bylaw will be to do that, and then the second bylaw will be to set the tax rates for all the subclasses that we've created.
Great, thank you. Well, with that, because it's going to be pretty clear with that explanation, I think it's pretty clear what we're doing. Are we able to just simply go to the motion, and then if there's any clarity, we can do that? Any clarity needed?
Probably need to create the subclass first and then the motion.
Yeah, do we have, we don't, he doesn't have.
Yes, everything is here. I would suggest that we just quickly
Mike,
go through the-
Mike.
I would suggest, Mayor and Council, that we go through the process to show due diligence.
Okay, sounds good.
So let's bring up the RFD and go through that really quick. So the first item in the process, just to ensure that we are adhering to the MGA, is the Division of Assessment Classes bylaw. So we've updated this for council with the bylaw number 025-25. So I'll just keep this very brief. Recommendations to council is that council proceed with the first, second. So that's not the right one. I'll just stick with it. It's the other one with the most recent time. Sorry, council. We just want to make sure we bring up the correct RFD. It would have been around 11 o'clock today. Okay.
So don't worry about, just let's bring that up, but ignore your motion.
Sure.
So just for clarity, just for simplicity, the recommendation of council is you proceed with all three readings of this bylaw.
Yeah.
So the rest, I think, has stayed the same.
Yes, absolutely. And then for the public and council and mayor, we've just attached bylaw number 025-25. And I just want to quickly point out the addition of the definition annex lands under section 2. Annex lands, in addition to the 2.5 principal building, in red, the land use bylaw. And in addition, we have under section 5.2, We've just added in the vacant or the annexed lands, annexed residential under 5.1. And then annexed non-residential shouldn't be in there because we're not making changes. So let's just strike that out.
Sorry, I can't strike it out now.
No.
but
So
you can
when we
just-
do the motion, as I mentioned earlier in a presentation a few back, you can only subdivide non-residential property into vacant non-residential and non-residential. We cannot have an annexed non-residential category. So again, we will need to make just as presented with an amendment to strike the annexed non-residential category.
Okay.
And that covers the changes to this division of assessment classes bylaw.
Can you scroll up just to item 4 there, Josh, please? Yeah, so it would be in section 4.2 to remove the annexed non-residential as amended with removal of 4.2A3.
And then it was mentioned one more time there below.
Yep, and in 5.2.
5.2.
Yeah.
F- 4.2A3 and 5.2.
Just keep it as one, say on 4.2A3 and 5.
Good. Okay. Do we just want to just quickly go back to the actual bylaw and let's just confirm? So it's there and it's there and it's nowhere else, correct? Can you just scroll up? Yeah, that's the only two. Perfect. Okay. Can I have a counselor make the following motion, please? Counselor Sambo.
Certainly, Your Worship. I move that council give first reading to bylaw 025-25 to establish assessment subclasses for residential and non-residential properties. Is that correct? Within the city of Chestermere with the following amendments. Removed annexed non-residential on 2.2 A3 and 5.2.
So then doesn't the non-residential also come out of the actual motion, Ms. Redney? Because it's just subclasses.
So
Oh,
through,
it's not
through your
annexed, that's
worship, yeah, there's still vacant non-residential.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, just making sure. Thank you. Just, yeah, sorry, thank you. Okay, any other comments, questions with regards to the motion? Councillor Randhawa.
I just want to tell to Councillor Sambo is 4.2, not 2.2.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions? Call for the vote. Counselor, and that's carried unanimously. Thank you. And can I have the motion for second reading, please? Thank you. Can I have a counselor make the following motion, please? Counselor Grant.
I move that council give second reading to bylaw 025-25 to establish assessment subclasses for residential and non-residential properties within the city of Chestermere.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Can I have a motion? Permission for, yep, that's the one. Can I have a counselor make the following motion, please? Counselor Worzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I motion council give permission to proceed with the third and final reading for bylaw 025-25 to establish assessment subclasses for residential and non-residential properties within the city of Chestermere.
Comments, questions? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously, which gives us the opportunity now to do third and final reading. So can I have a counselor make the make the motion for third and final reading, please? Counselor Sambo.
I move that council give third and final reading to bylaw 025-25 to establish assessment subclasses for residential and non-residential properties within the city of Chestermere.
Great. Comments, questions? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Then one final item before we table everything else. We'll go to item 9.5, please.
So I am here again to present the 2025 tax rate bylaw. Recommendation to council with the bylaw number 023-25. Recommendation to council that council give all the readings to bylaw number 023-25.
Great, thank you. Are there any comments or questions from council with regards to this? Mr. Edney.
Sorry, can we just bring up the tax rates bylaw and just go to the end? I just want to make sure what we're presenting, I keep going, is the actual rates we've agreed on. Yes, okay, so it looks good.
Good? Great. Okay. Can I have the motion for first reading for bylaw 023-25, please? Councilor Warzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean.
Can I jump in?
Yeah.
You're lucky.
Can we bring that back up, please, Josh? Sorry, can we bring that back up? Can we just make one amendment to it? On the first line where it says residential vacant, and farmland, that residential vacant needs to be removed because it's down below on line item 3. And on line item 4, we need to move the non-residential vacant. We need to remove that out of there and put it on the non-resident because it's already in the non-residential vacant under the line below. Can I look at Sandy, just to make sure we can't have the same category in two different spots?
Yes.
So
Why don't you guys take a quick break?
can we take a quick break?
Sure.
Sorry.
We'll take a quick break. We'll come back at 6:15.
Thank you.
All right. Well, good evening at this point, ladies and gentlemen. We are just going to be coming forward with a few different things here. So just before, we were just in the midst of item 9.5. Mr. Edney, you just had a comment that you wanted to make.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Through you to council and just to the public. Just while we were working through that, given the condensed timeline of these budget discussions today, there's a couple things we want to take a look at in that tax rate bylaw just to make sure they're consolidated properly. So we respectfully ask to table this particular item until the 27th, and we'll come back once we've had some time to double check all the calculations in that bylaw.
Okay, great. Thank you. So with that, can I have a motion to please table item 9.5 to the May 27th, 2025 council meeting? There it is. Councillor Grant.
Motion, council table agenda. Wow. It is late. Let's try again. Motion, council table agenda item 9.5, 2025 tax rate bylaw to the May 27, 2025 regular meeting of council.
Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. And we're also going to just table the remainder of our agenda, just given time and things like that. So can I have the first motion to table item 10.1, please? Thank you. Councillor Warzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I motion council table agenda item number 10.1, which is the bylaw 019-25 Chief Administrative Officer Delegation Order repealing bylaw to the May 27th, 2025 regular meeting of council.
Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Bylaw 004-25 being the procedural bylaw amendment. Can I have the motion to table that one, please? Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council table agenda item 10.3 bylaw 004-25 procedural bylaw amendment to the May 27, 2025 regular meeting of council.
Call for the vote. And that's carried. Thank you. To our CEO, Mr. Edney, just want to confirm. So for the election amendment bylaw, we're still going to be able to meet the timeline because that has to be done by June 30th, correct? Because this is for the direction from the province for, right, correct? We have until June 30th to make this amendment.
Yeah, so the election amendment bylaw is for Bill 50, which the deadline for that is June 30, yeah.
Okay, perfect. Okay, yeah. Thank you. Just want to confirm that. So can I have the motion to table 10.4, please? Deputy Mayor Schindler.
I'm writing as you're asking. I move that council table agenda item 10.4, bylaw number 022-25, election amendment bylaw to the May 27th, 2025 regular meeting of council.
Great. Thank you. Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. I believe we have covered off all of the items in the agenda. So can I have the motion to adjourn, please, Councillor Randhawa?
Thank you. I really appreciate that. I move that the council adjourn the meeting at 6:22 p.m.
Great. Thank you. Comments, questions? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thanks, everyone. Have a good evening.